Oh, shit, they might offend you. They might offend you.
All right, we'll say it.
What? It might offend you.
Okay, say it. I'm not easily offended.
I find it funny when I meet neo-Nazis with autistic children because the Jewish people created autism.
It's just
The idea of autism.
Why do you think Jews created that?
Because the founder of autism was Jewish. The person who first researched autism was Jewish. The first person who first diagnosed the first person with autism was Jewish.
Okay, so you think we created it?
Created the concept.
Okay. What is your obsession with autism?
I don't know, they told me to have it.
Did they get anything for it?
That's it co-occurs with ADHD. So I think there's many people with autism because it also co-occurs with so many other mental disorders and neurodivergencies where they just go like it's like you go get one and then you gotta go, oh, now I have to go get the diagnosis for the other thing, and then the ADHD thing, they're going to put you on medication for it. So a lot of medical companies wanting to diagnose people with autism, and then they go, oh, you also have ADHD, and there was a $14 million deal with when the DSM-5 was created. The people who created the DSM-5, which were part of the American Association, when the DSM-5 was created, 60% of people on the board for DSM-5 took a 14 million, all up in total, they took around 14 million, $14 in funds. Does that make you not trust the system that we're also using in Australia?
I don't trust the pharmaceutical industry.
You don't trust the pharmaceutical industry?
No, and I don't trust anybody who trusts it.
Do you think I should be taking ADHD medication?
I think you were absolutely fine before you started going to these doctors. I mean, aside from Tourette syndrome, you were fine. When I first met you, health and thing that you have, and they don't interact with you as much as I do. And no, but it's just your friend. Is that you want something to be wrong with you, and you go there, you got there, and I mean, why did your mom say that you had to go to these doctors?
For years.
Who is everyone?
Family members, doctors, Remember the dogs who, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there some kind of law that you said that really beneficial in Australia to be diagnosed with autism, then your housing is free? So how do you know they weren't telling her that, or that she doesn't want to do that, so that and so she wants a financial kickback? I get that. I personally don't think it is either. If you were,
Where it's very hard. There's a low population. It's very hard to get a fucking job.
Exactly.
I have fucking Tourette syndrome.
Exactly.
And then I have the coordination issues as well. One of those things that you can, but you can't get on the system with those disabilities. But for some fucking reason, the autism counts, which isn't even like. No one even knows what the fuck it is. It's just social communication issues, which I don't have. Social communication is fucking killer, and like learn. Like, look, I'm communicating in my communication.
Yes, you are. Exactly.
It's just like my lack of competence, my lack of coordination, and all that simple, like to put it easily. Because my mom has allowed.
Yeah, I get it. It's not like you're incapable of working. I understand that you're in an area. Look, if we really want to go through it, we'll go through it. You have that was essentially late, caused issues in your life. Whether you know it or not, it does. But I know you know it. But even when people have interactions with you, are unattractive to some people. And you made it to high school and didn't go to college, which is fine. I think that's okay.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah. But then if you want to, no. And that's fine. You look at the stand-up comedians, they all have jobs. They're just not fair. You can live with your family, and they'll support you. And so you've just been doing the easy route. You never moved away, and you never explored the world. You never did that. So you're at a point now where
I have things to say no.
Okay, fine, but I mean, you didn't live there. You didn't make friends there. You didn't establish yourself there.
I did make friends. I still have friends in mind.
But you didn't live there, meaning like you weren't there for 6 months or a year or 5 years. Nothing like that. Okay, so you're in a situation. Okay, so that's just those are vacations. All right. So
yeah.
Right. So you're in a situation where your mom would let you stay at home, and she's babied you your whole life, and now you're in a situation where, I mean, why do you want to work? You have a dog. You don't have to do anything. You don't have any pressure on you. And you're like, well, I want to. You wanted to have like 5 different careers as I've known you, and you've been very motivated for all of them. But the work ethic isn't there. And so then you put in all these, your mom basically sees this and knows that you're a burden to her and knows that she could be getting a financial kickback from the government if you were diagnosed with some of these things. And so she pressured you to go get diagnosed so that she doesn't have she has more money. And I understand that. I understand where she's coming from. And is there a possibility that you have some of these things? Perhaps. Is there a much higher possibility, though, that you're just lazy? Yeah, that's absolutely true. And so, and so, and so, and I don't know if this is a behavior. She's good at finishing things. And I don't mean to, that's an insult to you. It's just, I've observed with as your friend. So, if I were you, and you're a huge procrastinator. You're a very big procrastinator, and you don't have, and you're impulsive, and but like the biggest issue that you have is you're lazy. You and I both know that you money to work for you and you don't want to have to work for your money. And that crypto wallet may allow you to do that someday, but it's difficult at this point. Now, you did go out and find a job. It just wasn't an ideal job, but you were good at it. And you worked really hard, and I was really proud of you for But all right, Zoo. So, do you have a resume? Okay, have you put it in ChatGPT and had it been revised? We've been doing ChatGPT's been a thing for more than 3 years, or Grok, or whatever you want. I mean, dude, if you want a job, then you want to get out of the house and be financially independent. You need a position, and you're going to have these doctors just tell you what's wrong with you. And so anybody walks in their door who is easily to persuade, they just tell them, this is what you have. You do have these things. Even if you do, there are people with these issues. manager at Walmart makes over $100,000 a year. Some make $200,000, close to $100,000 a year. Depending, or general manager certainly does. A general manager, that's different than like a shift manager. As a general manager in Los Angeles, California, make at McGear. High earners are $288,000 a year. Yeah, exactly. So I'm telling you, you live in a, like, I don't know why you aren't applying to give advantages on the people who are going to be working there. The people who are going to be working there generally are going to be like high school people and people who don't want to make it their career. But if you were like, you know what, I can be making $250,000 Australia. Put it in both Australian dollars and United States dollars. Not really. McDonald's general manager is 105. Additional pays $240,000 a year. Doug, you know the answer to this question.
20 minutes.
Or bike or what?
It's about 10 minutes. Hey, Rabbi. With the discussion we just had previously about like people going in and getting diagnosed with these things, and it's often just like laziness and people wanting to be put on medication.
And you can have.
They're not be actually.
Okay, and you can do that. It's anything. No one's going to pay you to do that.
What if I
Okay, that's fine, but nobody's going to do that immediately. And even if you took the same But I've known people to work at McDonald's in the corporate, and you have to apply. You don't like your heart was broken with the solar job, and I get that. But you just all you need to do is go to careers, put your area in, and fill out your name, your first name, your last name, your address, and wait for them. You don't even need to do that actually. McDonald's has open interviews many times at locations. You just job that like if you date a girl, you can be very proud of that. You don't want to be like, hey, I work at McDonald's, but there are people. Look, I see this on social media all the time. People with Down syndrome who worked at McDonald's can do it. Dude, you can do it. The and you've got a good situation where your family's taking care of you, and they've been doing that for 10 years. You never she would that would make her fucking month. You and that. You are lazy, and sure that the floors are cleaner, and that the produce is fresher, and that the people are as motivated as possible. Like all of those are going to make sure ensure that your company, your more money. You don't want to do any of this stuff.
There's a big all those places will distribute you have to apply online. Now, why is that an issue? I'm not competing with so many people.
They don't all require that you apply online. I have seen many a McDonald's sign for people.
Are you in Australia?
I am not, but I can tell you this: that the McDonald's Corporation runs essentially identically that's why I've been so All you have to do is apply. You don't apply for a month, you'd have a job. I, without a doubt, feel as if you applied to 3 different places, to 3 different places, every, in, in your area, you'd have a job within a month. You'd have a motivation to go and do something, and then you're getting a paycheck, and then what you would do is your mission to conditions for people. Then you have something to do. But until then, you're literally, your day is just going to be nothing, playing with your dog, one click apply, don't you? All right. And you know you.
Yeah.
All right. So the thing is that I'm hearing is, whether you want to say it or not, you're just a very lazy person. And you've been babied your whole life. And you don't, no one's forcing you to do this. But now that you're being forced to get mental health diagnoses, you don't want those. And you should just want to have a normal life. You don't have to rely on your family, and you have a job, and you have a girlfriend. You guys get you like AI, you love Grok, but you're not letting Grok work for you. This is what you do. You want to be a kitchen hand. You don't even need to do this. This is what you want. If you want that job, you take your resume, Grok, and you say to structure my resume and create a cover letter that are best associated with being a kitchen hand. And it will do that for you immediately. Literally, it takes 2 seconds.
Last time I applied for a job, I got into a trial shift.
Okay, that's fine. What happened?
Well, it's been, okay, the last time, it's been for like 5 years since I stepped foot into a kitchen, right?
Okay.
And they just assumed for me, and I made about 3 different mistakes, and one of them was a safety hazard. It picked me really badly.
Okay, what'd you do that was the same? What'd you do with that was the same? What's so bad about that? Did put it in the dishwasher. Safety hazard that I've ever heard, but okay, I understand. But you're new, and we can do this. I go to Adelaide. Okay, Gumtree. Yeah, and it paid really well, and he did really. He was very. Um, he came in and he worked. So what happened? Um, okay, I didn't know him really then. Like we weren't as good of friends as we are today. And he said, "Rabbi, can I come live with you?" And I said, I would, but I live with other people, and it's not something that's allowed in my lease. And he's like, "Well, I don't really have anywhere to go or anything to do." And I said, "Why don't you just live with your family?" And he's like, "I'm not really allowed to talk with them at the time." Now he's with the capital of the world that has open interviews for a position, and they're going to have open interviews from 8 a.m. for resume together. And he was like, "Okay." I went and I said, "Just put it in ChatGPT," and let's put together a cover letter for you. And they put together a perfect cover letter for him. Then I said, "All right, well, this is like an in-person interview, and you're gonna want to deliver your resume and your cover letter in paper. Do you have a printer?" And he said, "No." I said, "Okay, well, where's the nearest library?" And he's like, "It's like a mile away." I'm like, "All right, well, you're gonna walk to the library. You're gonna print off your cover letter and your resume. You're gonna come back, and then I'm gonna quiz you for the rest of the day on bartending knowledge and on bartending questions." He's like, "Okay, all right," and he got motivated, and he got his ass up, and he went to the library, and he printed off his resume, and he printed off his cover letter, and he came back, and I'm like, "Okay, Tim, on all the things that you need to do to be a bartender, all of the drinks that you need to make, and all of the customer service questions, I know in a job interview because I asked ChatGPT exactly what questions they were going to ask, and I asked him so many. His first night that he bought. All right, and I understand why. And I don't want to. He could share that with you. I don't want to share that. The job was very, very successful for him. He could no longer do that job. And um, basically had to get a license, and he was unable to get the license at the time. To get the license now, but at the time he couldn't. But nevertheless, what we had him do, you have a clean record, right? No, yeah, you have a clean record, like you haven't done anything wrong, right?
Never been convicted.
Isn't as big in Australia as in the United States, but so local English educator online, students welcome, apply, local. We're dedicated to providing our qualifications. What up, pimp?
$29 without a license or education.
Okay, is so we need South Australia. Okay, fine. Do you know where Balakava is? Oh no. Do you know where Halbury is? Do you know where Wayville is?
Yeah, I know what it was.
All right. You can be an ice cream to help out the Royal Adelaide Show from August 30th to September 7th. Hours are 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. You say,
What is the
okay, then you're that's what you need. You don't something could be wrong with you. I think there's something wrong with everybody. These issues, and you got to go get diagnosed or whatever. Well, to do it, I think to myself, how could I apply for another job? You live in a city with 1 million people. That's a lot. get on dating sites and you'll get a girlfriend and you'll be having regular.
Stand-up competition. That's a funny set.
Okay, it may be, but it's the truth. One Gumtree, and I see pages, and it's not like you've got any physical issues that make people say in front of house. You're not a bad looking person, so don't worry about enough bad. Because it's a lot of work to get
Very well that Adelaide Medical Science Building University
you to have. I want you to have short to long be independent. Sometimes you're allowed on your phone.
What do you need to be a security guard? Security operations from Just need a security license.
No, you don't need that. In the future, you can. But just if you apply to all 92 or
This is what job right now.
Zoot, you're being lazy again. Literally, those are the jobs that are available in Adelaide, Australia right now. All you have to do is apply to them.
I work for
Zoot, I'm going to be here. I don't want you to leave this call until you've applied to 3 places.
applying for Australia Post right now.
That's a great job.
No, I know it's more
Okay. I applied at the post office one time, and I got the job taking, but I was willing to work at the post office. I went through that you have to do the background check, the interview process, and I had just applied it, but had that. I was actually up for 2 positions. Had I not been offered those 2 positions, I perhaps, in my own opinion, I think it would have been boring, but in its own way, at least you get federal benefits.
What about byproducts?
Dude, shut the fuck up about that bullshit. Apply to.
What if I start my own business?
Zoot. You're being lazy. Nobody wants to. You can't even get a job. Who the fuck wants to work for you?
I'm taking screenshots of a few things.
Zoot,
to get phone numbers
Zoot,
and some proof.
Zoot,
Put them up there.
quit that bullshit, man. Just call them.
It's 8 p.m. here right now.
Okay, then don't go for any of the ones where you have to call. Put your application in. Until you have put in
I already applied for a
not that quickly. Okay, but your resume has been updated, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't update your resume. You already said that it needed a lot of work. That's fine. So you apply to the.
It's not gonna work.
Okay, it's fine. To work at McDonald's. But then the next thing I'm going to say is Hungry Jack, and the next thing I'm going to say is Big W, and then I don't know any other places in Australia, so you'll be on your own. But then I won't.
Oh yeah.
What's taking you so long? to
spiritual cleansing process for the soul. Gemara Hebrew for completion. Talmudic text interpreting the Mishnah. Common in Crown Heights. Hebrew plural for geniuses. Jewish era after the Talmud.
application number.
Eula for the true complete redemption.
So long ago.
Zoot, quit with this. Quit with this, Zoot. Quit. If you want to quit, your job right now is not to talk about starting your own business or talking about mental health or talking about comedy. Okay.
Hebrew formal, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet in Chassidus. Able transpegraphy. Letter represents giving kindness gentlest text. Able case out eat slang and use Antologia. Good for love or fortune. Used in blessing. Live work out lucky. But Hebrew Halachic category ox stealing. Gosdowski. Halachic prohibition of deception. Hebrew for righteous redeemer. Church for Moshiach in prayers.
they want 60-second video.
Yiddish for non-Yiddish.
Video.
Of
Okay, perfect.
Non-Yiddish text.
Video McDonald's, and I would send it to them.
Start singing one man off down air. Rothschild, often humorous.
Say
I'm getting another one.
that's fine. You don't need one of those.
Everyone asks groaning. Through for body.
You can.
You are wonderful at not doing things. All you need to do is go to Grok and say, "Give me a 1 minute." I mean, you love acting. This should be your deal, man. So go comb your hair or do whatever you need to do, and go record a 60-second video, and then get to the end of the process.
Practices fortune Hebrew for welcoming guests. For mitzvah, big in Shabbat communities. Address Hebrew for we will return. Applicants heroes ever purchased. Feel free on Passover and the Seder. For a
I gotta go record it again.
All right, well, go record it again.
7 years. In Chasidus, warns against being overly demanding. Diligent. Hebrew for you. Love Shabbat Hallel. Hamotzi Hebrew Blessed Cover Bread. Important. Holiday celebrating the Maccabees' victory and the oil miracle. Hanukkah Gel Yiddish for Hanukkah money. Maborah Hebrew for inside. In
True
Shabbat.
spike in the first century after the temple revolt when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have the specific catacomb systems in around the Colosseum, which was built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves. So Sylvia Cavalletti describes a lot of the history of Benjamin travelers report seeing some on the eastern bank of the Tiber, which is probably Monteverde, that describe the presence of Jewish symbols. In particular, the candelabra is one of the most famous Jewish symbols. It goes back to the lost temple, so therefore the Jews kept that symbol as their prime signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the graves seem to have been created in the first through the 4th century of the Common Era. It may seem strange to think of Jews being buried in these kind of underground crypts, but this is not at all strange in the ancient world. In Israel, in fact, there's significant descriptions of burial practice and exactly how the bones were inserted and so on, and particular practices for reinterment. This is actually in keeping with the ancient, very ancient Roman practice, the Etruscan practice of the chamber burial. The Romans themselves actually preferred cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds with the Jewish and then, of course, later with the Christian belief in physical revival of the dead, the resuscitation of the dead will occur in the Messianic period. Therefore, inhumation or burial in the soil as we have today slowly became a much more popular practice. However, for quite a period of time, practice of burying in crypts was maintained, and that's why we have these catacombs. Most of these photographs are taken from all of these researchers, a lot of her writings on his website.
Distraction invalidates this life turbulence.
Okay, let's have some.
For time. Chastity.
Here's an amazing.
Divine.
The system.
For kindness and mercy. Unusually.
Graves signs of the hallway. That's based on had some usage by non-Jews either prior to
the most
the area.
beautiful way.
It is quite long. We're talking about basically a quarter mile of tunnels that are used for the various years of from Jessica Della Russo that shows the various levels. But there are also other forms of burial as well. There's also burials, for example, in coffins. Some of them are apparently much smaller, indicating a lot of child mortality. Here's actually a lid that came from there. These also possibly the Jewish child, which indicates some of the hesitations about the depiction
Famous random section. Bill post Yom Hebrew for lots of festivals.
by some of these
Similar Hebrew
some of
for
these were
celebration.
gorgeously decorated.
Refers to Vader as the Batu Zadik.
Palm
In
tree.
Shabbat.
Here you see a painted
19th
ceiling.
Islam altar Rita has released the Abdullah.
Here is the perennial menorah
Is any
symbol that
must
you
use
carry.
in Hebrew for behold, he had prepared.
The
Formula before certain mitzvos and Shabbat Sidunim. In any Hebrew for here, I am. Biblical phrase of reading is before GD.
Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested or watching.
Hebrew for arousal of mercy. Prayer is Hashlushim. Median Hebrew for obligation. Halachic requirement. Oscar Par Yeshiva's That's slang. Constitution noted film control and outreach. Prophecy theory. Used in slow about freedom. Or as Hebrew for practical guidance. In Shabbat. Update right that thought very heated and also Yiddish slang for set. Jokes about in prime times. Questions about tribe animals. Different Hebrew for stringency. Meaning extra. Serious. Or secret. Estimates Hebrew for fictitious slang. Settle. One soul in another. The Hebrew for interpolating some years. There's the Finnish Hebrew for folders in the altar Riga. Heroes Finnish Hebrew for holy letters. The published letters of the Lubavitcher Rabbis. Hebrews Shabbat shorthand for the Riga S letters. Many Chassidim use them as a means of guidance. Hebrews practice Shabbat slang. Writing a letter to Paris and placing it randomly in the Negro's Scottish volume for an answer. Ilugi Hebrew phrase these and those. From Calvin and Victim. Those opinions are words of the living GD. Hebrew for main thing or essence. Comment in Halachic and Shabbat discussion. Abrahamic Hebrew for the core law. The strict Halachic requirement without stringencies. Hebrew slang from Ikra. The main point in Ashi or Sitcha. Ilugi Hebrew for prodigy. Brilliant Yeshiva student. Common phrases from speech. United Hebrew for concept or matter. When discussing United Hebrew for divine concept. For big fun. Something down. United figure for that. Hebrew for the whole city. Usually refers to Jerusalem. Something like Hebrew for city of refuge. Or mandated asylum city. Hebrew for organization. Israel, state organizers of the program.
These managers are shutting the to say
that term for uncounted note for generosity.
to say yes, 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 yes.
Ishmael Hebrew format approved. Captain compliment. So Hebrew for person.
That's
Yes,
please explain to me why you let these guys do this.
Ishmael slang for students or teachings connected to English chapter is not Shabbat, but Yeshiva conversation.
Okay, so you know.
Ismail Hebrew for substitute. In Shabbat chastity. Holding back one as desires to serve GP. Ishmael Hebrew for transformation.
There's a lot more to say about the
Transforming negativity into holiness, a higher level of Ismail. Hebrew for prohibition.
Smith, aka Sky Yellow Stew, is awake and stable.
Halachic category offered in effect. And item forbidden not just Hebrew for forbidden and permitted. Category of halachic rulings on sacrifice. Yeshua Arabic for beginning of redemption. Great youth in discussion. Moshe Arabic
lecture is nevertheless there's a particular it's the battle of Bet Zachariah, which you can see here in this east a little bit near the town of Now, what exactly happened here? If you have a look at the description of the battle, the Maccabees came down from Jerusalem. What's going on with this particular war? Better than all the others, and he, Elazar, supposed that the king gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He graciously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. But it fell to the ground. Here's the horse. They turned it away. So this was also he's a temporary defeat. Nevertheless, Elazar's heroism was one really the incredible courage taken to run up to this strange and to I think this actually inspired the famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. But anyway, let's have a look at this in terms of art history, because what I think we should scale way up. Another example in which it's kind of like Dash or something like that. Another version in which the this portion is close to reality, but the neutron is totally wrong. And here's one which looks a little bit like kind of saber tooth. Again, the artist is just lately about trying to figure out how to depict this one is kind of like a style as the drawing here. All my version. This one I think inspired that too. So all joking aside, Elazar is absolutely thank you very much for watching.
Job biblical figure of suffering and faith. Reference
People think you're a bitch.
She was born to be professionally in 1920 to an assimilated Jewish family. Her mother was raised and she was raised by her mother. And she was a very bright young woman, and did very, very well in school, and had a quite passionate attachment to science. So in 1939, but that was not enough for her. She wanted to do something for people on this homeland in Hungary, and so she decided to volunteer to work with the British as a parachutist. She was one of 37 individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind enemy lines into Hungary, where they would work with the resistance. Once they landed in Europe, they learned the Nazis overthrown the local Hungarian government, and now they were implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism. Most of the men in her group called off the mission, and she insisted on penetrating enemy lines and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country. Unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis, she was imprisoned, and she was tortured horribly, losing several of her teeth. Like that entire ordeal, she refused to give up the signals to a radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several other members of the resistance. After a short trial, she was out of death by the Nazis. One of the things that has come to light since her imprisonment by the lectures, one of the most famous of her poems in Hebrew, Blessed is the match. Also slang. She composed this poem shortly after landing on Rothschild.
Spiritual punishment
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure that you are engaged in the invasion of the civilian population for the health and safety of the remarkable president, and I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to a recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices and protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leader's current circumstance, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America, Israel, because leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine. And in response to the question of unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of his country? And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small voices that are all praying for the safety of Ukraine that are suffering under the savage, unprovoked. So first of all, who is the representative of Congregations at last? He is 34 years old. President of Ukraine, his role as president of that country, and really he has. Gail Beckerman wrote a fantastic piece in the Atlantic recently, and she wrote what is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long that his Jewishness has way of his great as a symbol of conscience. That Jews have been within this very tight leadership century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly into mathematics, his mother engineering, and no in non-ideological fields. Although they may have been very cultured, very engaged in other Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and not affiliate openly in any way with any very repressive era of the Soviet Union. The best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution. And raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything theological or political and so on. They were Russian Jews. This is also fairly typical of Jews because minority Jews tend sort of culturally orient towards the dominant Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker as his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people generation. Actually, one of the things that I witnessed in my own lifetime, and over the course of my own experience in the language. But let's not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time. Life is not which is very, very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He gravitated towards it. Entertainment is one of them. And you have traditional Jews in the Klezmer tradition. And Zelensky fits very well with Jews gravitating in many ways creating Hollywood and the film industry itself. His company just reported a TV sitcom that on a cell phone video in a corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and viral, and in the
Lining Yiddish for reading.
What?
Or reading
From that
alone.
woman.
Slang. As lining
Yeah,
today.
like, why do you wear that hat?
Lifeless Yiddish for mockery.
I don't know. Sometimes my head gets cold, but it's like my mom.
Negative cynicism or haunted mocking
Most
idols. Slang. He has
and my mom.
Lack of Yiddish for honey cake.
I don't know. A lot of times when I my hair gets caught, but then it gets all cray. I don't know.
Slang.
Frankly,
Learning equals spending life in yeshiva study. Hebrew for
but that's what I do. Well, yeah, ribbons and but dog. So, what are your thoughts on your squad thus far? Frankly, I think it's better than I would have come out thinking it would have been. Like, I did all these mock drafts, and I don't think any of them were this good. Like, I did maybe 35 mock drafts. It's the best squad. Why? Why not? Yeah, ribbons and back. You wear that hat like a condom hat? No. No, but maybe, girl. You realize why I'm wearing it? Because I'm robbing the war, bitch. That could be done, baby. Huh? Baby. I'm robbing the war. I'm going from 0 to hero, baby. Okay, the answer to that. I don't like to be cold. Anyway. How do you think your squad is doing? Well, firstly, I don't know if this is sideways or not, or hopefully it's working. Why do you call it sideways when it's just like, because I don't know, the camera orientation is like that? I'm not sure. Let's just yeah, represent that. Yeah. Can you just give us a rundown of every 12? Malik Neighbors, Brock Bowers, 15, Jonathan Taylor, 16, Nico Collins, college stuff, 17, Brian Thomas, sucks. He's fine. Jameer, Jaden Daniels, 22. Josh Jacobs, 23. Bucky Irvin, 24. Jalen Hurts, 25. Brees Hall, 26. James Cook, 27. Joe Burrow, 27. George Kittle, 28. 38. James Conner, 19. Higgins, 40. 41. Jason Smith. All right. So, but the squad, no one knows what we're getting out of them this year. This quarterback was George Kittle, who some people think is the best tight end in the league. Coach. I would just recruit tight ends because they can. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody taken a quarterback and a tight end on a team? Yeah, one person. Bitcoin forever. I gotta take a shit. When's the next pick? It's not gonna be for a while. I slept and I think I got it. It was deal. So let's see here. This motherfucker was in handcuffs before kickoff of opening season. Opening game. Hours beforehand, tweeted out at that's another thing. I think site that he has at Cheetah, he bought it from somebody else. He all right. So who we take in the next round? Well, here's the strategy, girls. We're just doing like if there's a guy, let's say guy number a boring fucking team. Of them, they're like, anyway, what are your this team is maybe one of the best teams drafted thus far. Let's see if we have any competition. All right, so the first guy that was See it.
What is happening?
He got Jamar Chase, Bucky Irving, Jalen Hurts. That's a good team. But I don't know who's got it before. The next person, Speed, Justin Jefferson, Josh Jacobs, Brees Hall. That's a good team. Schiller, Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels, James Cook. That's a good team. Bitcoin, Bijan Robinson, Josh Allen, Trey Lane. That's a good team. That might be the best team I've said so far. Trey, next BMU, Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Mike Evans. That's good. Next is Halloween, CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas, Kieran Williams, Jason Smith, and Nico. That's a good team, but that's a lot. Next, Christian McCaffrey, Nico Collins, Chase Brown, Baker Mayfield. That was Frodo. Yo-Yo had Jonathan. He's a number 2 or number 1. Next is Red Ford. Have a court. Ashton Gentry is a mystery box, but I just have a feeling that he's going to be like this rookie sensation and just blow everybody out of the water. Point one. Like he will quickly be the best Jackson got screwed out of the MVP last year, and just has less weapons. The Baltimore added weapons. They're going to be really tough. The Muse from like this phrase, shoot or shoot, baby. And I do. Anyway, what is it? There's a phrase from The Office. Right? And the thing is with that shit, I asked all the guys who I knew, like, hey, this girl shot her in the morning. And it was a shocker. It was where was I? I was driving the Chabad through their little system. And he just was like, slow down, calm down. Really, yeah. This real quick, Princess Leia. Anyway, better looking than me to call people and be like, I have closure, and she let me get as much closure as I can get. Really? Over what? Just, I needed to see a face like that. Anyway. And earmuffs. 75-degree weather. Or is it really that hot? No. All right. Is that the end of your story? No, I've come to stories from that joint. All right. You, the first.
Shadows, Hebrew, Yiddish, for after shadows.
I fucking hate this shit. Is this the recording? Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, all the fucking things. This shit sucks. Dude, the internet. Out. It's bad. Cable doesn't go in and out. Why does Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi off. It was the first provide people. Years later, at a funeral,
Sacred property.
in years, the Silverman's last name. His funeral, the Silverman funeral. And I one day to Sinai or Forest Lawn. No, it's not Sinai. In Forest Lawn or adjacent. Some shit like that. Anyway, yeah, I was there, and another rabbi and another twin were really happy to get there, and Alright, are you done with your fucking earmuff stories and
Hebrew
shit?
for Torah. Agana. Symbol of spiritual strength.
You're fired. Go fuck
Milton
yourself.
Samalek Hebrew for war with Amalek. Eschatological word for Moshiach. Hebrew for wars of Yom. Slang. Sometimes applied to heated or debates. Milton's wishes Hebrew for optional war. Biblical category for
Yeah, it's Bill
expansion.
Silverman. But when I'm doing these, it's hard for me to think sometimes. But yeah, Bill Silverman. I really like Bill. He's very nice. He had a really near. You see, and Selma. She had the most interesting accent. I think she was from like. It wasn't British. It was like the West Indies, something like that. And I went to the funeral. I went to the memorial service that we had at Laguna Woods. I almost spoke at his memorial service, but I.
Originally, those opposed to Chasidus, his magazine plural of his age. Slang. Sometimes still used for lip fishers. Deployed nickname Hebrew for campaigns. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the Lubavitcher Rabbbi. Tefillin, Mezuzah, Torah study, Shabbos candles. Maclotes Hebrew for dispute. Refers to halachic or Torah debates. Slang. Arguments in yeshiva. Macler Hebrew for cycle. Prayer book used for the high holidays or festivals. Hey, what's up, Sideways? Come down, woman. Madrid Hebrew for context. Counselor or leader. S. Imkan. Madrich a feminine form of Madrid. Magid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat. Teacher of Chasidus. Also title of the Mesricher Magid. Magid She Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Mashjid Hebrew for supervisor. Spiritual mentor who died in Chasidus and Amuda. Mashpia Rachani Hebrew for spiritual guide. Formal title. Obligatory gift given to Kohani. Manda Hebrew. As the Manda equals what has going on. For atmosphere, spirit. Used for who and a hard rennen. Click Hebrew for approach, method. That has his Mayholic in learning. Metuder Hebrew for beautiful, enhance. Refers to mitzvahs performed in the best way. Medial Hebrew for rose. As garment in the temple. Also linked to the longest use of Hebrew for swords. Slang. What has the vicar for that halacha? Vestibule Hebrew for kubalis. Melachim Hebrew for word. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbos. Menachem mental common Shabbat day, after Fetzman Tzedek and the Lubavitcher Riba. Often shortened to mental. Mental common nickname in Shabbat Yeshivah for Menachem mental. Meseder Kiddush in Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. An officiating rabbi at the Chuppah. Meshish's slang for Shabbatics emphasizing public pronouncements of the Riba as Moshiach.
Yeah, Rebbe's in the back. Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks, big dog. How are your bots doing? That's an excellent question. Well, okay.
Always looking for spiritual growth.
You know, Jerusalem wasn't built in a day. And I don't know. I used to get more people who were talking to me in the chat, and that kind of is a way that I can judge how successful they are. But the one on which most people were on which they were talking to me isn't connected for some reason. I don't know. Which it shouldn't be. In the future, I should be able to just take the links from different accounts and then just put them in one unified chat. That's not that hard. People are so stupid who engineer stuff, and it's like you have to do it for every new fucking video. And it's like, dog, that's too much work. Just one time I'm fine with, but every single time a new one, you know, the Instagram app I have like years of my life archived on it. But now that you need at least 1,000 followers, that's just. I was reading why they were doing that, and they were like, less resources and things like that. It's like, dog, Zuckerberg, you guys are in the data industry. You should want people to do as much shit on your app as possible. And I get it. You guys are like, well, what if somebody does something that we don't like? Let's say somebody fucking, I don't know, beheads a unicorn on the fucking app. Okay, well then you ban their account if that's what you want to do. And they're like, well, okay. But then they'll just go and create another account. It's like, yeah, you've got enough things in there to stop them pretty consistent. And, you know, like all you have to do is just device fingerprint them and do whatever Reddit does, frankly. Reddit does it better than probably any app that I've ever seen. I remember years ago reading about how Reddit was changing. This is before they sold to Kanye West and all that stuff, and it was, I think, and it was like, it's like once they've been, you just create a new account. And I remember being like, yeah, I doubt that. And it is, I mean, you can, but nothing's going to happen. Dog, I think, dude, Florida had this law in their like shadow banning law or something. Like, I feel that people should be honest with each other in business and in life and stuff. And when you are using a platform like, for instance, Facebook or something, and you reply to someone, if that reply isn't going to be shown to the person, aka it's like shadow banned, that should be an illegal practice. But they don't allow it to be an illegal practice. And people type entire sentences to each other, and they're like, oh, I didn't get that, or it went to spam or something like that. I feel that that's an illegal practice, and it's like, well, then how are you going to stop bots? And I would say this: if you want to use these platforms, then you have to upload your ID. But then they're so big now that like you have a right to use it. Once a company becomes a monopoly, like Facebook or Amazon or whatever, you have a right to use them. I feel, and it's like, but they're a private company. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but they're taking tax breaks and they're basically not paying any taxes. And so if they want to lose all of those incentives, then they should be able to say who they want on it or not. But if they take tax incentives and basically operate within the country, you have a right I feel like, let's say Facebook were launched in the year 8, you would be able to say whatever you want on it, libel on it, and religion and the right to bear arms and all of that, like, and owns guns or whatever, like, or whatever, but like even doing like background checks on people for guns, that is an infringement on the Second. Do I think that you should have to do that? That's not my. There should be another amendment that comes in that says that you can do that. But even still, that goes against the Bill of Rights because the first 10 were endowed by our Creator. So then it just means that it has to be a new country. Like, if you want laws to work the way consistently, and whether you want guns or you, I don't have a dog in that fight, but what I'm saying is there's this, and then you have the Brady Bill. It's like, well, isn't that Congress making laws against, I don't know, handguns or something? Yeah, it is. They're like, well, the fucking Supreme Court said, well, yada yada yada. It's like, it's very clear what it says. Is that bear arms, like a polar bear arms? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's what it says. It doesn't say guns. Maybe somebody interprets it as bear arms. I don't know. All I know is that the First Amendment, according to the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights? Bill of Rights. And you can't take those away from someone. Now, if you want to start another country, then you're like, well, you want.
Central to Shabbat.
and write whatever you want.
For Rabbbi. Farm wrenches and
To anyone at any time, anywhere. You should be able to say, I'm going to blow up the world, or it be able to say all that shit. Sticks and stones might break my and okay. That's our constitutional lesson. Okay, so it goes back to these platforms. These platforms, what the fuck? It just
on Shabbos. Rules for Virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat uses Nasipari, as arranged by the altar Rita. Ashkenaz prayer rite of most Ashkenazi Jews. The Chassidim. Fossil Hebrew Quartet. The Mongol pilgrimage and prayer. First to like Yeshiva, for Beastie Rash. For Hebrew for life. In Kabbalah Chassidus, refers to divine emanation for Ein Sof equals infinite life. For Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of passion as infinite revelation. For Hachem light of life. by the Tzedek. For inner life. Which also Yiddish slang for someone or Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang. So is worked in Yiddish slang to throw out, reject. So is Jidden sage tea Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky. So is Yiddish forcefully learned, well educated. So is Jidden Yiddish for all dressed up. Hebrew for world. In Kabbalah, refers to levels of reality along Asiya, along Ketzera, etc. Along Hava Hebrew for world to come. Refers to ultimate spiritual reward after resurrection. Along Beza Hebrew for this world. Physical existence contrasted with Along Hava. Along Hebrew plural for worlds. Refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite world. Is to concept of the unlimited divine realm. Along chaos. In Chasidus, a primordial state of divine life equation. Along Logic and Ever world of rectification. The balanced state where divine life is harmonized. On Hebrew for time, period. In Polacek, refers to conjugal obligations between husbands and wives. One egg Hebrew for delight, pleasure. In Chasidus, one egg equals delight of Shabbos. One egg Shabbos Hebrew for Sabbath delight. Enjoyment of food, song, and Onkelos name of famous Hebrew author Targum Onkelos, the translation of the Torah. Use Hebrew for force, pillars. In Polacek, exempt due to circumstances beyond control. Orla Hebrew for foreskin. In Polacek, refers both to circumcision and to the prohibition of eating fruit from a tree as first 3 years. Or through U.S. own life. Title of an early Polacek work. Ordos Tzadikim Patsov the Righteous. Classic Jewish Musar text. Quran Hebrew for R. Refers to the Ark of the Covenant for Aaron Kodesh Torah R. Oseh Shalom Hebrew for he who makes peace. Closing line of Kaddish and Amidah. Asios Hebrew for letters. Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation. Atar Hebrew for treasury, storehouse. In Polacek, can refer to communal produce collection Atar used in. Atar Chassidim treasury of Chassidim. Archive and publishing. In Chasidus, describe as a Jew who serves passion with effort. A passion Hebrew for one who serves God. Double Hebrew for murder. Someone within the Polacek mourning period. Abdai Alilis Hebrew for idol worship. worshippers. Hashif Hebrew. Abdai Kaju Bezalo Hebrew for worshippers of constellations. Turn in Halachic texts for idolaters. Hoki Gebal Yiddish slang exclamation like woe is he. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Ho. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy Gebal Yiddish for oh my gosh whoa. Strong expression than just boy. Boy Yiddish for oh whoa. Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty. Boy is near Yiddish for woe is he. Expresses being overwhelmed. Boy Yiddish for upon. Used in many phrases e.g.
As difficult.
Just testing this to see if it's no longer like this. I promise some of these.
servant to the people, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at it in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in servant to the people to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, it's a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but that we're seeing in the current conflict. The Times of Israel published a time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called a traditional Jewish side, Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky, essentially, if he were to leave the government this time, it would be very destabilizing and have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, and why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is deep-seated stereotype go to why, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there were of course such moments of possible 713, the pogroms of Zion under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary era, and then the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all of it, you only get to about 4% of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over the much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern European cooking is essentially Ukrainian cooking. We're exchanging, linguistic terminology. The Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukrainian. Give you even in the most intimate of terms. For example, In Yiddish, all our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic, and Ab was actually the Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. We go on and on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Or those words, unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small mini rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. It's a remarkable study by a very reputable organization. It appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to accept Jews as fellow citizens. 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the small number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. I mean, those are serious issues. Poland, 18%. But that's pretty remarkable. The election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes why that might be so. One thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrate in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, where European models of thinking will just balance themselves more towards ways of thinking. There is a clear distinction in so many ways. We see this in particular in the revolutionary years after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge ships and alliances with the Jewish. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed, more agrarian, rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet, would be one way to translate, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians. A civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire that would ultimately result conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, that was Zelenskyan in its scope. Soviet Jewish affairs. They had money printed in Yiddish. They had correspondence in Yiddish. It was a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it is not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form during the 1920s. This is the era known as Korenizatsiya. Period was, hard to translate that term, kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian, you see a lot of possibilities that begin to in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev's final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda, a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the Bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941. The Nazis were able to anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the Bloodlands, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stetlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed, and the majority of which occurred in Babin Yar, in the middle of Kiev, where 32 Nazis would go on to use Babin Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people at this point, including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population of our Hills Villaga, you also have a minority of the population forced by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who were also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations. Before the war, he actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew, the Galicia division. And like possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division. So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves and mentality. So there's more to say that I can in this video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Sheptinsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, "Why are you silent? Why?" Saying we need more support for the Jews. We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is a period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identities. It was like incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical era when there was a tremendous amount of dissidents who were redlocks sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is when a new kind of Ukrainian rapprochement is forged specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, so-called Shestenskyatniki, the 60s generation, extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev had called glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989 it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, remarkable center, which claims to be, it could be, the largest Jewish complex in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here, designed to evoke a seven-branched candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because originally it was named Yekaterininoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce, Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era. Let us return to the present moment. I'm uncomfortable speaking about contemporary events because I study in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kyiv. He is really like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that you'll hear the expression right now. People say Slava glory to Ukraine, and then the response is heroic, but in World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase, and by a man in a cafe in Review, which is also in Yiddish. It's about say, Kavod Giborian, the Russian ceasefire is declared, and then the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying our research and preparation for the Kosher River Boat Cruise on the Seine this year, where there will be three main attractions. First of all, there's the natural beauty of the Seine River on the countryside of part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in our region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II. And today, I'd like to speak to you a little bit about Jews involved in D-Day. But we'll be beginning at Paris. Of course, we see the same river flows sort of northwest into the English Channel and ends up at Le Havre and Lille. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating ancient Jewish community that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader there with such importance that some Christian texts refer to the local Jewish leader as the king of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval organization in the road of the Jews that exists in Rouen today. It was also the site of some defend the Jews who had their Jewish identity to flee from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus. A quarter of those, by the way, were American. Tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans. About 20,000 casualties. On the Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The Seine River flows just to the east of the major landing sites in the deep space. I'm looking at the region, and our remarkable museum is located there. An incredibly punishing, difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was going to be coming eventually. So they had reinforced the region, and the tremendous amount of difficulty and effort imposed in trying to make the landing with several regions. Now, let us understand how Jews related in particular to war, and especially to D-Day. Jews, of course, coming from America, had a perspective realized already by 1942. Reports were circulating of the concentration camps and the death camps and the horrible persecution storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, when the Sudetenland crisis and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair. These are voices from Southern prayer. God bless America, land that night. From the Jews who had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent, you can really understand how much he really did attach himself to America. And this kind of anthem has an anthem on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews active in intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish code breakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It was really an important place for the intelligence activity in the war. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish Jewish refugees, somewhat like Berlin, somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy and a math major. These were characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. Called for the design of electronics digital computer, the Colossus. It was instrumental in determining what were also in the press. People like Fred Malcolm, shown here in this photograph, was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landing. So, looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there were American Jews who served and were decorated. 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,000, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin. And that is, like all other numbers, quite disproportionate to the time. Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them, because they're really quite vast. Of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Ara. And I think this combination of Ukrainian and heroism, units that made their way, marked the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stillman that was involved in an intricate calling for as much pain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job in 1,000 lived like that. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving several soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew, among the first to arrive on the beach of the Normandy, was Abraham Contioti. His boat hit the shore within 60 seconds of each hour, and he was possibly the first of all American soldiers, and maybe even of all Allied sources, to actually attack Magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy and died down there on the beach. They alone are the heroes of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those that absorbed the blood so many to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. If you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the Seine River, the Jews in the region, specifically focusing on the history of Jews in the armed forces. I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you on this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, am really looking forward to our scheduled July trip on Kosher Riverboat Cruises as we explore the Jewish history of the Seine River. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel, and we'll especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day we spoke about in the last video. Today I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise. That is in the medieval city of Jews who lived in Iran about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century palace of Judas in Iran, and it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood from before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps onto the appeals court. It was really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building. And upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually a yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable figure of Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, the grandson of Rothschild himself, a really important commentator. Oh my gosh, I'll tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing. It was published in January. And let's have the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they call it the oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Norman Gold, who's really written a lot about the ancient world and the medieval world, wrote fantastic stuff on a Khazarian document found in Giza, and also some great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was it. And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic architecture. They estimate about 11th century architecture with some, amazing, interesting kind of decorative elements to it. Well, and when reconstructed by an artist on the basement and foundation building, it probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house, it was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was with some graffiti scratched into the walls of the basement. Here's a photograph of the Rabbi of Rouen at the time, Solomon Perez, showing the graffiti to the great Rabbi of Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan and Jean Connet, who was the mayor of Rouen, and he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, the this house will remain in place. How ironically, it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about this amazing building is not only the fact that this is the oldest building in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Gold's research that the Rabbbi actually taught here. And when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rabbbi himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Abraham Ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. So just to be in the same space where these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. So this whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the kosher riverboat cruises along the same river later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy. Something that was just so fascinating. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholar text was published. And he said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are things you have to do before the internet was invented. At the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in one of his most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick brick of a book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book. At any rate, what's the story? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts through characters, whereas Jews today still not disposing of works that are written without the God. But the action regarding anything written in Hebrew, regardless of the nature of its content, serving of going into the Geniza, and they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finish going through all these little scraps of paper putting together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet, wrote days, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like the dose of an original document. Make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document, like kind of like a notary public. They don't want to make mistakes. So how is it possible that it was recorded as wrote days? So Professor Gold went to England to find out. Now, for those of you who were born after 1980, you might be wondering, like, why would you go all the way to England to find this document? Why don't you just look it up online, right? This is the era before Google. It's the only way to see these things nowadays. But I did, in fact, since I'm in that transitional generation. I was born sometime before 1980. I went and looked it up at the British Library, which has wonderfully digitized so many of these hieroglyphic manuscripts. You can see here that the catalog information still records it as wrote days, according to Professor Mann. They'll probably update this once they see this video, or once they read Norman Gold's book on Jewish enormity. And here is the actual document. Isn't this great? You can actually see the document up close. What does the document say? Well, basically, it's a letter of introduction. One Reuben ben Isaac went to this scribe named Abraham at a Mediterranean port, probably the city of Ar. And that would mean that he likely took the same route to get to the Rome, where he made his way south. And if you're curious, yes, kosher riverboat cruises does cruise both the Seine and the Rhone, so you can actually duplicate Reuben ben Isaac's itinerary. At any rate, why did he leave this place in France, Rodez, apparently? It's because he tells this very sad story that his son was killed in a forest by brigands, and he went to the local authorities to seek some redress to find the criminals and things like that. But the authorities, discovering that this was his only child, son, so sad, the authorities decided to simply dispossess him of his land since he had no inheritor. They said, fine, you're not going to leave the land to anyone else, we're going to take it for ourselves. Now, this was, by the way, a huge transgression of medieval law in many different cases, as Professor Gold describes in his book, and part of the reason why this document is so fascinating is because it indicates a breach in Mar Reuben ben Ike, heartsick at the loss of his son, devastated by the loss of his physical property. He was, of course, a landowner, which is also significant. He decided he wanted to go to Jerusalem and to settle there and ultimately to be buried in the land. And he made his way down to the Mediterranean and then over to most likely Beirut. And he stopped in the very large Jewish community of Damascus, where this letter served as a letter of introduction. Okay, so fascinating. Now, let's look at the kind of geeky stuff about how we connect this from the days to the law. So if you look at the Professor Mann read it, and it could be a but he identified it as final mem are very corner, where the final mem is the dog, the degree angle, and the sum of more times than they can apply to it. This tiny difference, all the difference in the word, how we read that word, rather than reading it like Professor Mann does as Rodez, reading it rather quickly. Very careful look at this text suggests that it's not Rodos or Rhodes, second document found in the Geniza now, which is clearly identified without doubt as being associated with Ruben ben Isaac. This man, the other document says, the bearer of this letter, was one of the most important members of the community where he lived and was wealthy. The ruler of his land cast a punishment on him, and he fled, coming to Damascus for the land of Israel. But brigands attacked him and plundered all that he had, wounds on him. He was thus in great despair, and when he came to Jerusalem, he said, I will go on to Egypt. Perhaps they will give me some provisions for the way, so that I can return to my place. Your custom, dear associate, is to do good toward all who come to Egypt. Do so the same with this man. Perhaps he will eventually return to his place. Right, so now we can put the whole story together. The man suffered a tremendous tragedy in Normandy. He decided to hire to made his way over to Damascus, got more letters of introduction. But on the way to Jerusalem, unfortunately, he was attacked again, lost all of his possessions. He was not able to make a go of it. He could not make Aliyah. He decided, I'm going to head back to France. I'm going to go via Egypt, which also had a strong Jewish community. I will get, one last break in Egypt, and then I'll make my way to Rouen. I'll try to. He was unable to return to Rouen because he would not have left such important documents behind. Chances are he simply ran out of energy and decided to settle in Egypt and eventually died there, and his documents eventually made their way into the Cairo Museum. It's a fascinating story. Sorry for taking you down a little bit of a geeky path into how historians really do the tough work, but I hope you found this interesting anyways. I hope you'll be able to join us on this amazing cruise on the Seine River. There's some fantastic, amazing medieval Jewish history in Normandy. Of course, on Jewish military, focusing on heroism because of the tradition. Hello, on the same river, and it is a phenomenal opportunity to explore the amazing history of the Jews of the land. This cruise is also especially named Jewish heroism because we're going to be going up the river to Normandy and then visiting the beaches where D-Day occurred, and we will be marking with special ceremonies how to serve in the armed forces. But today, what I'd like to do is look a little bit more closely at our origin on this cruise. That is, of course, the famous city of Paris, and specifically, I want to look at Napoleon's role in creating really the basic framework of modern Jewish identity. So let's just look at what happened in the late 18th century. Of course, France has this amazing revolution in 1789, and they proclaimed this document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's, it's basically saying, equal rights for every man. It ain't great, something separate. And integrated into French society, even though they lack order in Germany. You have the huge mass of Yiddish-speaking, largely much more Orthodox Germanic Jews or Ashkenazi in the French population, primarily with these Ashkenazi Jews. They are very different foreigners or foreign-seeking people, even though they've lived in this region for 1,000 years. And we really consider them French as well. Basically, in 1790, the French government said, will accept the Sephardic Jews. And a year later, it was inevitable. It was the logic. There were a lot of complaints, however. For the next decades, went back and forth. A lot of people, the rights changed, and the economy changed quite a bit because now Jews have much more freedom and no longer artificially restricted by discriminatory legislation. And so they ended up appealing to Napoleon. Napoleon was troubled by this question. He said, well, why don't we assemble a representative group of Jews and ask them what they really intend to do here as citizens of France? Can they ratify their patriotism in the country? And in his typically grand kind of way, he said, I think we should assemble the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, the great court of 71 judges. And so on. But nevertheless, headed by this remarkable individual, by David Simpson, who was a very well-respected, highly orthodox author. At any rate, David Simpson became the president of the body of Jews from all over, called the Sanhedrin, Assembly of Notables. Napoleon presented them with 12 questions. So these 12 questions were basically a measure to what degree do these French Jews consider themselves essentially French. If, for example, France were to be attacked by Germany, which happens with regularity, would these Jews on the border defend France, or would they join with the invading enemy? This particular question, by the way, the Assembly of Notables, jusqu'à la mort, to defend France. Napoleon asked a lot of really interesting questions, 12 of them in total. Rabbi Zitzheim was in charge of formulating the written responses, and essentially his draft response sort of articulated a way in which French Jews maintain their communal identity and a degree of independence, while nevertheless periodically attached to the nation, recognizing their responsibilities to the larger civic quality of France and so on. The word really brought it down to the concept that has been advanced by the law of the land is the law. A lot more to say about that, but basically, this satisfied Napoleon and confirmed in 1791, granting the Jews equal rights in France. There's more to say about this, but let's just have a look at some of the artwork period. Here's a remarkable print that shows Napoleon, the great Napoleon, reestablishing the religion of Judaism in 1806, and you can see he's got kind of like this ethereal sort of over, like that. He is gracious. And Napoleon, who was holding the tablets of no law, erstwhile Moses. I don't know how there were things this was anywhere near acceptable, but nevertheless, this was a kind of, slavish honoring of Napoleon that went on, at least among some circles of French Jews. I should point out that while there were some Jews that regard Napoleon as being tremendous, in fact, they looked at his name, Bonaparte, as translated as electo, to abortion, and they had almost messianic pretensions for it in a way. There are other Jews. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the French Jewish nations really for Jews in modernity as a whole. How do they have I was with you on the river, and all you do is you stop, you walk, and it's a manageable group, like 100 odd cats. We're just, it's beautiful. Get to know people, and we have friends that my wife and I have made for years now. So if you're able and interested, I would love to see you on this cruise. I've enjoyed this video, and thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. On Sunday, we'll be marking Yom Yerushalayim, Sunday, May 29th, 2022, which falls out of the Hebrew calendar on the 28th of Iyar. And Jerusalem is a modern event that was commemorated by the state of Israel on the first year after the conquest of eastern Jerusalem. So a little bit of a historical overview of how this came to pass, and look very briefly at some of the, and also a little bit of the religious controversy, because Jerusalem is something that obviously Jews look upon with tremendous favor. There are nevertheless differences of opinion over what to do about this particular event. Okay, so let's do the history. First of all, Jerusalem. It is the ancient capital of the Jewish people. The earliest mention of it, however, is in the pre-Israelite period, when the Egyptians mentioned it in their execration, really amazing things. They are these kind of like clay tablets, or sometimes they're shaped like figurines, and the Egyptians would list all the people and places that they really didn't like, and then they would have some kind of ritual humiliation or destruction of that object, smashing them up, burning them, sometimes even worse things. So Jerusalem is mentioned in execration texts dates from about the 19th or 20th century before the Common Era. The Canaanite inhabitants were the Jebusites, and they are described in the Bible as the inhabitants that were conquered by King David, and that's when David named it his capital. His son Solomon, of course, would build a temple there, and ever since then, for the last 3,000 years, it has been the undisputed capital of the Jewish people. Although they did have a civil war, of course, Samaria became a very important site, and so on, but we'll skip over that. The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia, and it received many other names. Romans by by the Fatimid dynasty, and finally Al-Quds by Arabs in the contemporary. When it fell in the context of World War I, then the British took it over on December of 1917. The next few decades are known as the era of the British Mandate, because technically the land of Israel and also surrounding areas as well was given to the British as a mandate from the League of Nations to basically administer it. There was always a Jewish presence in Jerusalem from ancient times right through to modern times, but sometimes it was very tiny. But when we get to the 19th century in particular, from about the 1870s and 1880s, there is a growing stream of Jews who are seeking to make Israel their home, and the population in Jerusalem in particular is expanding. There is also a growing Arab population at the same time, as there is increasing wealth and prosperity in the region. Then these things go hand in hand. There's a lot more migration from outside the land of Israel, both Jewish and Arab. After decades and World War II, the British are ready to leave. They ask the United Nations, which is the successor organization to the League of Nations, to say, we're having a really hard time. Tensions between the Jews and Arabs in Jerusalem and in the region as a whole are increasing, and we'd like to leave, please. So they asked the United Nations to come up with a plan to somehow deal with the competing claims for Jerusalem and the entire region. The United Nations come up with this partition plan in 1947, which was actually pretty bizarre. It involved dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. Here you can see a period map that shows on the left the 3 green areas belong to the purported Jewish state. And this basically corresponds with more or less where their concentrations of settlement were. And on the right, you see the sort of goldenrod color. That is the regions that were to be given to the Arabs. And the 7, so there's 3 and 3. That makes 6. The 7th area was Jerusalem, which was to be how they would divide the holy city. What ends up happening is the Jews, even though it is kind of a strange plan, they agree to the plan because, after all, it represents the very first moment that Jews are able to reestablish their sovereignty in the land of Israel, since they were exiled in the first century of the Common Era, and war ensues almost immediately. The war lasts for a little over a year, as you can see in these 3 maps, but in the end, remarkably, the Jews are able to consolidate the territory and even expand it somewhat as the armistice comes into place in Jordanian side of the border. In 1997, there is another major 6-day war, which there's a lot to talk about. It has a tremendous impact on politics in the region. The use of air power, they actually consolidate their territory even more and expand it to include, as you see in this map here, which is provided from a source, so you can see some of the names. People always argue about what names you use for different places. I don't want to get into that, but the map on the left, you can see that Syria, the Golan Heights, Egypt loses a massive amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, and including the Gaza Strip, and then the so-called West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. Many Israelis prefer to use the Hebrew names like Shomron for this region. That is occupied by the Israelis. Now, there's a lot to say about this as well. It's heavily populated by Palestinians who are certainly not happy to be under Israeli sovereignty and just annex it outright. What they do annex, meaning take for Israel permanently, is East Jerusalem with a large Arab population. And that means that Jerusalem, the city, is once again united, but at great cost, which will put contemporary political ramifications to this day. It is the real 1967 that is specifically celebrated on this day, Yom Yerushalayim. Now let's just talk very briefly about two ongoing issues regarding Yom Yerushalayim. Obviously, for Jews, especially for religious Jews who see the establishment of the state of Israel of the Messianic era, that this is the Reshit Tzmichat Geulatenu, the flowering of our redemption. This is huge. It's really of cosmic and metaphysical proportions. So there are many Jews who find themselves in that particular camp who say, "Oh my gosh, we should go full on with a holiday. We should recite specific prayers that are only recited at times of great celebration and so on." And others say that, wow, this is really a great political event for the Jews, but maybe we should hold off on some of those other things. Who says we're qualified to establish holidays? And still other Jews will say, no, we disagree with this either religiously or politically and want to downplay. I leave it up to you to decide where you want to fall in that particular spectrum. And at the same time, of course, that Jerusalem is reunified at least on a political level, on an administrative level, but it's hardly unified in terms of the peace and stability of the region, which of course sees Jerusalem not as the city of peace, as a city of strife. Hopefully we will one day see a resolution of all of these happiness of all the residents of Israel and the Middle East and the globe as a whole. What exactly is this day of Yerushalayim? I also want to say that I prepared this video as part of the promotion for the Kosher Riverboat Cruises, which is, I love cruising with KRC for just a little over a month now, and we're going to cruise from Paris along the Seine River up to the coast of Normandy, and we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism. And that's really the connection with this particular topic. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the 28th, this coming Sunday, it's also a moment of great Jewish heroism as the Jews were able to reestablish themselves in their ancient capital. Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. It was intended for educational purposes only. I provide video in context of my research, getting ready for the 18th century. There's not a lot happening Jewishly in France. Why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on toward earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east. At the end of this video, very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of French Jewish history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France and Provence, but for the most part, there's a big gap because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to talk about today, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous, a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact. Emanating from England came a new challenge, and that was the challenge of ritual order. This first surfaced in 1144 in Norwich, when the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of mysterious ritual murder charge. I want to underline the fact that these ritual murder and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity, but never see it of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children. It just seems to stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve, pedophilia and God forbid these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection. This, unfortunately, is attached to it's just one of those self-perpetuating things. At any rate, look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread over to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century. They make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century. Some of the ritual murder libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example to a certain degree, even extending beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, entombed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived the Talmud. And this is one of the incidents that occupied the last months, asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the of Paris, and on the same map, here's the Seine River from Paris to one of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Research. So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the river with a low leather worker. Basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess meat, and then you have to soak it in various solutions until it finally makes up the leather. So apparently he had some skins. I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing, skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a took, this bloody skin for the body of a child. And so I heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France. He went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had some kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Rothschild. Now, this relationship, in one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohe, from the word. The word ohe can mean love or like, and so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a closer relationship, a more romantic relationship, even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favored her. Who was Selena? She was apparently a very successful money lender. We discussed another video Jews played in early commerce and credit in this time of year. So Selena was arrested by Thibault. Why she was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Selena, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Selena, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this money lender. And this is a pattern we also see in many Jewish communities where money lenders, if they're good at their job, a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jew. We see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, though perhaps acting the strong urge wife Alex imprisons not only Selena, but also the entire community. About 31 adults. That's amazing. Anyway, the community responded with a collect bribe of £220 to try and release this community of 40-odd people who were arrested, and this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low because after the incident, they ended up having to find £1,000 to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis, with some libel cases where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, will say, no, it's not true. The Jews don't do this. Please stop, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories. But nevertheless, they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible as what happened in Blois. But what is especially amazing about Blois is that there's no evidence that any crime that typically with these blood like a child found. It even happens, of course, even in the 21st century, where God forbid horrible people will kidnap children. People look for an excuse. They want to find someone to blame. The Jews, who are frequently the other, they often are a very convenient target for the justified anger of a community. But in Blois ever found, and there was no child ever reported missing. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. Nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually executed the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, to the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Gulag, the entire adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, like as a result, a fast day is instituted that is observed each day in many communities because of the many other tragedies that happened late. This was a formative element in the. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also had a role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbeinu Tam, the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which would only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and would drive Jews further and further to, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian continent. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 1171. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experience. World War I as a private and he sought combat. As a religious Jew, he was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a chaplain and officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Harvard College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating with a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because two of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them, and nevertheless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating when you look at their early life together because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. He's a freelance historian. There's not a huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success, but he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture and things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for a position was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially in the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. And despite his really stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, by coming up college from which he was graduated, and he overheard people saying that no students of the Jewish pursuit be welcome in the senior common radical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford teaching as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later he went on. Activity during the late 30s and into World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewish history and Italian history in general. But he was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank of private for the 1 year that he was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held it back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism. And he did this in two ways. One way was by collaborating with Arthur Schiff on his really impressive Haggadah that had a very strong anti-Nazi tone to it. There's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Schiff Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo. Published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Chinese Jews and so on, which I understand has a Jewish contribution to civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism, whereas Hitler and the Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for its downfall. Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contributions, as the title indicates, the Jews made to civilization. There's a his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian ministers. In the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contributions to their history. Here's a rather point on the value of this minted Indian coin. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was criticized was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated, once said, a man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the events in their history. It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of Saulo Marin, very important historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have kinds of violence followed by scholarship, and you could hardly be called a member of that school. And he often pointed at, I'm creating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history, who overstayed his, nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of defense. She wrote that he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short History of the Jewish People, was Russian and published in a Samizdat edition, meaning which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets, when people would get a book, they would translate it, and then they would laboriously type it out advent of mercy in Israel, which is one passage. I'm going to read it to you, and then I'm going to say how it was. It is said by some that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity. In other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those who claim the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, which was published in a religious circulation, stopped after words, that may be so. In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, it is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so. Stop, period. Oh my God. So this portrays God completely contrary to his personal lifestyle, personal religious views, and so on, not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Caesar Roth suffered a heart attack. The university strove to defend him, but ultimately decided that he would resign from his position, and he did not continue. Horrible to see this exam, what we call today cancel culture, attacking a scholar of great merit and work, lecturing and teaching at other schools, and especially his work on the encyclopedia and died in 1970. So, by way of conclusion, here's a beautiful photograph of him. Part of where Oxford Library is one of those great scholars of the 20th century that, saw so much publication, a tremendous arc of a career, unfortunately ending in this kind of infamy in Bar Ilan, but at the same time, also achieving massive enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. The fact that he hated correcting galleys, he used to hate, like, galleys are like when they typeset the book and things like that. They send the author back the copies, and you have to read every word that you already wrote, and you can make small changes like paragraphs because it throws off of the formatting and so on. I hate that too. I hate looking at galleys. I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he wrote, or he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young at heart among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just this Shabbos or the next at the congregation today, Yeshua, and congregation, our faith, Noam, and Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises. We will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his work. What a great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on a Ascend. Very excited about it. But been with David and they were about 5 or 6 cruises now, and this
your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl or like a summer camp reunion for older adults, and it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the card I play, is to try and give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, which is going to be about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give you a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history. And we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I'm dean at Royal College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of these. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people published by Court Press. It'll come out, God willing, and starting to do. So here's where we are going to travel. You see this map here, Paraguay. If you were to go upriver, you get to Troy, which is one of those places, of course, you go to Rabbbi, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization there. So we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and then Le Havre, and we're going to spend some time at the embarkation point D-Day and so on. So we'll be traveling downriver to the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, to get to north. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity, really, a kind of an explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish Jewish minds to this very day and constitutes a staple in particular of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at all this is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their not city hall, but their court system is nice, and we're going to spend discussing the Ballet Tosafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and his surrounding culture and energy in developing the ancient text of the Talmud. How they could be applied to the High Middle Ages, and of course the teachings of the So we have a varied history to look at here in particular, where we have the late high point of Jewish cultural activity here. We're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, there's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself have to be absolutely fascinated with the history of Avraham Ibn Ezra, a noted biblical commentator and scientist. Medieval representation of the Holy Asteroid. He was one of the very few medieval Jews. There are more than one after that. So we have a lot of fascinating to say about Ibn Ezra. The last 10 years life here in Normandy, they went to London for a couple of years. Hasidim today generally referred to the followers of the Maccabi were also called the Hasidim. So there was an unusual bizarre that adopted a tremendous amount of strange Hasidic practices. They were quite foreign to the way Judaism developed afterwards, but nevertheless Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses receiving the Ten Commandments here, handing it off to Aaron, who was the high priest, and looks like he's wearing a bishop's mitre, like an actual ecclesiastical hat. And then behind them, kind of like a hierarchy, you have a group of men all wearing a Jewish hat that Jews were required to wear from the 13th century onward. And then behind them, you have this really strange grouping of animal-headed women, where because of the strange, way of thinking of the city Ashkenaz, they did not want to portray women's faces. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, they were not from back then. Full legal emancipation. Shock. Here you have a remarkable depiction of the Polish status. Unfortunately, that legal emancipation was not anywhere near a social emancipation, as we shall discuss in later lectures of this. And then we're also going to look, of course, at the rises and its implications, the global in nature, and quite a bit to really what's happening in France today, where it's really challenging times. Jews in France are quite threatened in many ways. There's a massive departure of French Jews from this region because of the multifaceted anti-Semitic forces that have come to bear on that population. So that's basically the scope of my presentation, which will go very quick. All of French Jewish history. I find it fascinating. I hope you do as well. And we'll hand it off to my colleague, Captain. So why am I here? I'm here to answer this question. Is being in the Army a job for a nice Jewish boy or girl? Before we go into that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Captain Irv Elson. Just a little shy 6 years ago, I retired after 35 years in the Navy. Flight Tran is here with me. We came into the Navy. We were already on a plane to Okinawa, Japan. Now, we came into the 30 years. We take 30 years to do a little travel and, get a little 35 years later, they finally kicked me out of the military. The joke is that they still have the claw mark on my desk as they dragged me away. It's really a great experience. Currently, I'm the director of the JWB Jewish Chaplains Council. We're a not-for-profit Jewish organization, God help us all, that its mission is to provide meaningful Jewish living for Jews in the military. Just to tell you a little bit about what we're going to be learning about through. We're going to be learning a lot about Battle of World War II. We're going to be learning together about the Battle of the Somme, and then the invasion of Normandy. But we thought it's important also that we're able to connect the Jews that fought then to the Jews that are serving now. And I really like these two pictures. The picture on the left is a picture of a Jewish service in France in 1944, and the picture on the right is a picture of a service in Iraq in 2013. Moving ahead. eventually broke island. And he was the first Coast Guardman killed in combat. Okay, let me shake your hand. Well done. The biggest Jewish hero of the War of 1812. A fascinating story of Commodore Uriah. Does anybody know what made Uriah so? That's later on, right? I am David Lawrence. We also have, I don't have my name tag. We have Captain Irv Elson. Rabbi Captain Irv Elson. Sorry, I'm looking I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in 3 days. So I'm not going to say Naomi every other minute now, so because I forgot about it. So we'll say the name. So at around 11 o'clock, our semi showed up, packed to the brim. Everything came off the boat. All our stuff came on it. We turn over a ship. We make exposure. It is quite the feat. I think something only happens downstairs. Getting your dinner ready. And during fasting week is interesting. I'm going through Paris during fasting. Did I ever get a Uber? Folks that were on is different. Some of them don't. Some folks are in ideal.
Fantastic.
more Sunday of after the educational skills. And right now, exact memorial so over people to their location consider turning things in the there are very most, but there are also Jews very markers who are rank and date, but families are allowed to add at the top as well. Some of them are very heartbreaking boys, 7 and 8 years old. Behind me here, one fallen Jewish soldier reads the 10 months in Australia. Cemetery. Buried amongst buried among fellows those military where you will die and now that really just put one of them it's something that God rests holy in the pure. See that they find each other, show each other the way that they the soul. July 1st, 1916, kind of motivation does this person have? Good morning. The mouth of the sacred very close by empty English channel. We're at what is for the passage on this particular. They've been waiting for a long time because we might visit the beaches. We're going to Omaha Beach. Beautiful day. Many excursions of man defense of Western civilization. And so it's going to be a very moving day for all of us. We are now in where one of the most important before the invasion when allies, American forces joined by the nations, Canadian Jacks, Bulls, about nations, Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of which was actually the first couple
If you were commercial, many switched over to their elected not to in case they were captured, have indicated they're an unknown soldiers who landed before the 3 points in the American war population was Jewish. We were participating before, but a known number of them were Jewish and cross. Shalom Lamb and it sounds a lot like a Jewish name to Zerketsky. So they went back and America they were able to recreate that he was massive file
Studio.
With whole world or with justice and
I'm back.
goodness.
Please join the real data dog.
A question to eliminate the world, even as D-Day was proceeding, thank God successfully, the Nazis were intensifying extermination of Europe. The research, others, Army others who go, we spent 3 in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines.
Oh, Rabbi, let's get
As soon as
Jesse
the
a fucking
declaration of war
helicopter.
was given, the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush. The ad hoc that had been released, every able-bodied American, there was no hesitation. There was no there was to give every sure world to live. Oh, God of our ancestors, your salvation, the nations and governments. They put our country out of America. Well, they're of all protection, of all questions, of the schedule, all it's an expression to the Constitution office with what does understand. Obviously, you know, with your will, and the reign of life, the Lord is your liberty and freedom.
Helicopter. What is this shit? The number of you fucking told me. Shout out to my
fellow students of Jewish history. Recently, I saw this. I came across this unusual Mas Savo commissioned by Carl Lutz for the Swiss Council.
Two adults.
a skull. Sort of, I think it's some kind of jewelry box, red and gel, kind of color, kind of lifeline. This down had the privilege, beautiful gift of the Ashkenazium, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi. I love the word absolutely. I always on such Rabbbi that's a beautiful location of the outside the Jewish school, and the statue of Luz is which is the largest east thoroughfare sort of going up toward of this map. Many those who had Holocaust, the two wall of involved in saving in his most likely killed, created commemorating his heroism, shows a man with a club up the waist, a snake that he's left.
Oh, I saw that I was in Australia.
Probably because the Soviets were for killing Robert, taken away just the place to get from later they asked where it was played. Budapest denied. So Oliver more very large, more colorful that is prominent on the streets of the Jewish cities. When you look at the plow, it's not going to help too much unless you Hungarian. It starts to move from the top to a single. It is the entire world. It is a memorial to Carlos. Now, who is Carlos? That is unusual. More, especially because just near the side of the statue, the monolith. Carlos' own person, right? State Israel and he's going to contempt Jewish law. Crucial. 36 was a riot against Nazis are really completely sure fascist aspect, especially for many Jews on global leaders protect the woman and choice how to bring up the world about how they text. When it comes to the female which sometimes that graduation was not what is good constellation reflection tradition of which goes well back to 1964, deeply important to the measure because not only was he tremendous But even though the known store is the way instead of weeping over their young, be with the rest. It matters that they felt a song of faith. Stand up. They certainly can't get it. I believe that they were still bad. Thank you. Subscriber, I say, and there we go. Okay, let's first of all, that we live in my office here, and I just want to say a big penny passport offering their home to the here. And so it's so nice to meet together. I was teaching these adult education lessons for one community. And we had about 50 participants every week, and there's something I thought, I come together in person. Thank you. Express so much, no one will listen. Wonderful. So at least I come here. But when we edit this, we'll a little bit to you. What are the essential things about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series 14, and that allowed me to experiment a lot more with technology. Not something I learned in graduate school. It's really teach our graduates specifically this. And starting in October 2014, got the COVID pandemic, there was no longer large numbers, and all of a sudden gave us all of $20,000 for students. structures, and that was also that's that spring of 20 after some political event happened in the UN. I mean, how are these videos growing for the series, which is land, the academic, blah, 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 finding information, popular mass level, and hope people understand the kind of Israel. I want to say three institutional. Thank you. First of all, we're especially appreciate relationship with was open to the spirit of and so was enough to let me I don't know there sometimes actually that was really it's all led David finally just start your cycle study called all about they want me to Jewish history 2007 there's online as well. I like bear with me. We some just and I a lot of fun making the video. And I think they make stand you like to include one arm desk right. My daughter spot that. Why don't you just have Jewish furniture? Because there's a ton of Jewish that I happen to have it, and I believe pretty uniquely Jewish. What I'm talking about is the shtet. There's some unique have shtet. Yeshiva, anyone traditional my downstairs where I do thing, they really like a sort of a left turn. It allows you to set a book on a very efficient way of working with that. Because there is a lot of suggestions that a rabbi world is when you're either an old manuscript collectors like pull these things down it's quite likely that sometime Jews that desks or that that was set on a second that the original copy of drawing In fact, it's not impossible that this factor may have been adapt from most important understanding with each individual understander able to move standing, lean forward, sitting, as wildly gesticulate and being able to with parts. It's like a really study that proved to be and show it like the central. We don't much literature on it. Down version, but it has a couple of some extremes you can, and then only the height of the shirt. And also change the angle. Standing and let's do the actual product because it's actually so much faster. Like you can see it's a and you put all kinds of stuff on it. And the phenomenal bearing capacity makes it harder than that. It's all impossible. Right now, we know here's that. How committed to deal with this stuff. Once I got understanding, I found that a lot of the problems with me because when people come into my office and I'm standing and they I love my ständer, which is pretty big. What a ständer, but really niche market. So this might get like you know much more set. This is the this is like giving a sauce and give every man don't get this. This you go to flex spot. G7 is just fantastic. I'm so delighted to have this flex spot stand. Just thinking out. I think help Thank you very much for watching. Hello, most valued members of the Latter Days. so delighted by Rabbi Marcus, our Mavi chair, and the participants will be none other than our Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, and our Menachel, Rabbi, who promises to be an extremely enlightening and inspirational event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic institutions, and thank you very much for watching. Please see below for more information and to RSVP.
A lot of people do that. And then, like, but some of the boys, they're football driven. So it's like, right, there's a place for all of it. Yes, all of it. And then with the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, they're never going to run out of content.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that this Shabbos I'll be spending it in Roslyn, New York, at the famous Roslyn. I'm delighted to be invited by Rabbi Zach. And here's a quick sense of what we're talking about. On Friday, we'll begin a discussion that's appropriate for this time of year. We're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told in a very childish fashion, with very clear-cut good guys, very clear-cut bad guys. Actually, most of the story is quite a bit messier. It's quite a bit darker. That's why we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Because there's a lot of material from that unique period of history that is derived for our own times as a kind of guidepost. Secondly, how we can handle the challenges. Then after midnight, this important thing, one particular population is so fascinating and very rarely spoken about. They have a much more political topic. Specifically, I want to focus on the topic of the issue that becomes the conflict between the Jewish population of the land of Israel, the Arab population there, and the British Mandate authorities. Go through maps and talk about the back and forth of it. I know it's a story that has been told frequently, but now that Israel there's so much international pressure, it's especially important for us to review the very relevant topic. We will go beyond it up to the Oxford Accord at home times, but that would be kind of like a fast addendum in the state.
Your imaginary personality.
I'm doing
You're so lonely. You're imagining friends.
No.
You spend too much time. Or we go back to it's a ghost. No, I don't like this. Okay. I feel like any accent.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So incredibly
break, man.
Is back. Enjoy listening to stuff about Jewish history. Such a phenomenal we are about
Texas, Ohio State,
annual charity campaign where we raise funds for scholarships for our totally amazing students. It's going to be March 25th and 26th. We have a big goal. We're really hoping to get widespread participation in this annual campaign. And right now, to kickstart it, we have an incredibly generous 4 times match in place. That means that whatever dollar you give,
Players stacked outside to build your bag. One drop with 3 6 the ground is yours. Our local one
really give
gambling
$4
is available for a prime gambling call.
here on our campus.
879
Let me just tell you something about our campus. If you're not familiar with this amazing
eligibility
you understand that our students
Ontario for
amazing young men.
customer bonus
Almost
order
all
as
of
well
them have
withdrawal
spent
pick
at
6
least
bonus picks
1
that expire
year
days
high
24
school
25 and 11
public
59 p.m.
institutions,
time.
usually in Israel, and many of them have spent 2 or
But don't
more
worry, I'm
years
good. I don't need
full-time
idiots.
study
I
of
like
Judaic
if
things
I
before they
literally
come
walk
to
up
our
to the
campus.
person.
And here on our
Let's
campus,
go. I'll show you a
things
picture.
just mind-blowing.
Yeah, and
Not
guess
only
what?
do they come here quite
Sometimes it didn't
often
work.
with
It was
like
super embarrassing.
massively high SAT
Yeah, I saw
scores
girls
and
talking about
tremendous records of student achievement and volunteers and all kinds of things. They get up early in the morning, we walk into our basement, which our study hall is just rocking with noise through much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of students. And then by 7:45, my day goes from 7 to 7:30 p.m. I love it. But at 7:40 a.m., they start with their morning prayers. After they wrap those up, then they have law, breakfast, and then deep Talmudic study. And their study of Judaic texts breaks for lunch prayers. Those 10 p.m. These are really intense, motivated students. And after 3 p.m., do they get to get down to their secular studies? Oh my gosh, do they ever come against those secular studies? Organic chemistry and biochemistry and advanced marketing and artificial intelligence. These are cutting edge, and they are going to be the leaders of the Jewish people. They have already sent their alumni out of the fantastic. I can't believe Rothschild comes to work every day to deal with these kinds of students and these kinds of faculty and these kinds of student service personnel. Everyone here is totally committed to the same thing. Curricular activities that literally go to midnight.
Honestly, if a girl is someone who just you should know, like,
this campus. I love these students. I love my colleagues. And I really want to
just being able to approach
ask you
and talk.
to help support them.
Guys on
Some of our students come with very, very high financial needs, very hard not to turn away our students to succeed and lead the people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support. Please do consider giving to this charity cause, March 25th and 26th. And right now, we've got a 4 times match in place. I really hope you will take advantage of this. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you. And I hope you're having a fantastic day.
So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA.
Yeah.
He's in on it. It's a work, and he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head, and he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there, and just the guy apologized to him, like, "Dude, this is what we do. Like, we came to a fucking wrestling match." And then another wrestler goes, "Don't that." Another wrestler goes, "Don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. I want to get your back." So then he's ringside. He's on kick. You know, it's a toxic environment. Haters and trolls are talking shit. Like, hype him up. "Oh, you're gay. You're a bitch. I can do shit." He's like, "I bet I will." Wow. Fuck this dude. Watch this. I'll knock this dude out. And then, online's like, "You won't do it. You won't do it. Say less. Once knock the guy out." And then he just gets him out. Loads 18 unanswered shots. 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture. Wow. Yeah. So explain this face. It's brutal. Yeah, we can actually play this. Actually, I was on see it. It's so bad. And it's doing something else with another street. this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing?
So
what happened? Are you this? It's not like a minute. Of course, he's gonna watch his show. No bitch. It's like, dude, because don't cheat on the shop show. It's like when you're so he's on live, he's encouraging. He said he doesn't realize that. I'm sure he's getting arrested. I think he will go to jail. I think why I depends on the story. What the fuck his name is? Press his job. Press charge. I think the state press charge.
I have.
So this is, but it's how Rothschild goes able to work. He just went away to college. He didn't know. This is felony assault and prosecutors will probably try to bring him on attempted murder charges. He's a shit. He's a D shell Rabbis just makes everything just like that. Yeah, Rabbis loves his son. Yeah.
You have been the videos that I've put online, I'm really grateful because
it's so
I'll spend time thinking about Jewish history, but you've been appreciating now. Consider appreciating my students. We really talk to support. We do everything we can here away any qualified student. We use these scholarship funds to really
you have your son, he's 35.
From families that are quite challenged by that. We have more time.
When you're young, you're a complete
every
moron.
dollar you
You're just
donate,
irrational.
9 or so hours campaign, and right, we've raised about $250,000 goal.
I don't
really
have an
love to
argument
see
for why
us
you should
close that gap to really ensure that all
smart. I did last night before I talked about it.
going into the
I
next
started talking, I go, how can I defend
And I think
it? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on?
I exist for my students. I consider you my students, and
there ain't no defending this.
can't do it. Help each other.
Actually, the guy may not be the same.
Thank you very much for watching.
That's like, he's a stable but critical condition. He is in critical condition. Yeah. Oh, he's a trail shit. Can you imagine if that guy were to pass away? It's very possible. Brain bleed. Is he conscious, the guy? I didn't hear it. Can you look up? Can you look that up? The last time I saw was that was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on. It seems they were bystanders. So he was supposed to run that, like him slamming the mat's fine.
He also said
Stuart's friend, long time uncle mine. He don't say mine. The chance to speak with him. This case is not as positive as condition. 5 hours.
all experience.
That's why I want to stable, but it was so bad. So bad. What exactly is stable but critical? It means that it's not getting any worse than stable. But you know, on all these machines, yeah, they gotta watch him 20. Russia and Rabbis gonna pray to God because he knows how. Yikes.
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few
Condition critical, their vital signs of deteriorating. They're not getting worse than the So since while the situation is grave, it could be worse if it's holding steady for now. Allow medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's a brain deficiency. So is it this? So you know what it is? It's indefensible. Yeah.
So first of all,
There's only not come out and say I won't train the coach on mine. One thing that's not watching us, another thing to keep on next. I recall He's not.
Which is the
Really,
Portugal is recorded in the 4th century and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigate especially after the wisdom south of the Jordan. I did very well if there was some tension after the 14th century after the Black Death when Portugal was a maritime nation. But with the tensions that many societies towards the end of that period, there's still a
other guys, okay, I really do. For everyone's sake.
culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. In fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than
Several lost teeth. Yeah, they said his teeth were like shattered. Very narrow, and it's hard for me. If I'm sitting next to a really big, I was yesterday, worst breath in the world. The worst breath. It's rare that it happens though, so it's not like it's like, oh my god, thank god, finally. But if the rare occasion you girl shit like a giant apple. My wife took a picture. She flew back from she was like, look at this. Just spilling. There's no other word for it. Alright, next one is little. This was, I thought this was like a publicity thing. Two thoughts on this. Little knows that he's coming out? Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's showing. I thought it was like a party. But, you know, I'm walking around sideways. Two thoughts on this. One is, one thought. The tiny white's never looked so good. And he's got a very good body. He's in great shape. Well, but it's, he's got like, go ahead, babe. Is he hallucinating? Is he OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital? He's, I don't think he's OD. He's tripping. He's not high or drunk. And that's in Hollywood. Road many times, never seen anything like that. But that night there's no cars driving by. 4 a.m. Yeah, it's Hollywood. That makes sense. I didn't. Listen, you know what? Celebrity gets boring. You gotta shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a con. Well, why did they arrest them? I don't think right. No, they're obviously can't. After not charged at the officers, there was some dude that they heard him at exposed possible overdose. Yeah, you don't want to charge at all. He's still insured. I'm sure he's not. He's treated at a hospital. So yeah, he's just dripping. Yes. Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms and people tend to. Oh, they took his pants off. You can't have that. Yeah, these are high 4 in the morning. I did so many mushrooms that I don't remember anything I did. I remember what you did. I was told, and we could tell it's so fucking up. I want to hear it, damn it. I'll tell you off your chin, because apparently so fucking apparently I was in the fetal position farting really loud. Yelling. Yeah. It's 7. You thought I was in hell? I thought you were doing ayahuasca. Apparently I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. I kept asking for a manager because I was like, I was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. And was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny. And then you told me that story, like, dude, you gotta try it. Like, get the fuck out. You already did have any mushrooms. Don't do mushrooms. I mean, not even a little. I was just all those people like, dude, mushrooms and oh my fuck. It's like you were having a hard time. I go like, it's like, wow, you were just like, thought everyone was coming after you. You were trying to like get help. So you were saying things to like manage and wake up. And I was like, it's so funny. It was saying the real friends of bad words. Let's sit there. Yeah, dude, it's so funny. I was screaming fuck. I was boring. This podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. See if you're eligible to when you bundle your home and auto. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit progressive.com after the session. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company that affiliates potential savings will vary, not available in all states. Take a little break, guys. You know what we did? Just come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina. Good nights. That's the first thing I want to say. Second, and I need auto parts, too. I need car parts too. My shop's up and running. I need car parts, so I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. Really helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, which is in stock either in store or online. So you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. They don't have it. They order it. Shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they on the back there in stock. You should have everything, alright? So whether you're a rookie like O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter, that's right. .com/fighter. Another person's car. Why did you argue on this? Like you're stabbing a football coach. Wow. Stab a bunch in the stomach because they buffed it. So you team the door, but we can navigate it. You got to navigate that. So then the opening of the cars, which crossed, they got on his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off and said simply a bump before calling it bitch ass. After back and forth, went to agree to duke it out, but when Cross back was turned, Brown pulled out a paper, was right sided, swung at his arm, and stabbed his motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him? No, it's an attempted murder. And the 560-pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him. There we go, baby. They take a little break. There's no bed back with its like when you see a giant but a real heart that's uneven on a lift. You're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like, oh, it's scary. Jeez. Very smart. All right, how about this? Javante Davis is getting athletes ever made in one event in one night. Okay. Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that. Twice as big, but there's no big model, so Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being 20 to even 40 I can get. I can understand. Showtime is a big star. Yeah. Go to Mill is just completely false. This is like to read more. What else is there? Oh, there's like that's my favorite original. God, Jake is so much bigger. Yeah, it's so much bigger. I don't get it. If he thinks this is gonna make legitimate box, and I just don't get what he does. Yeah, this guy gets it. He goes, yeah, that number's not true at all. Yeah. No way. Way too much money.
This time he ended up in Italy, where
There's no way that's true. Maxwell. I just saw like every same Trump. She never saw him do anything bad. She never really saw anything, really, right? Here's my question. She doing this. She's hoping to get part of Trump. I don't ever seeing him in the house, for instance. We had said did you see she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed himself? So when that Steele dossier came out about him having piss parties and all those orgies, people were like, hey, Trump is German. He said that? No. People were like, hey, he knows that that's a lie. Which, of course, so there goes. Just like Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take a little bit of I'd be singing like a bird too. I never saw him. Let me out, dude. I didn't see shit. So you be a little careful with it, you know? The president pardoned somebody who was convicted of child inside. Wow.
There was a massive exodus.
I do not believe he's done this in his life. And do you believe that legislature review of who killed him? I was like, no. I'm not sure she does. Yeah, you don't want to mess around. I won't say that. Because if he did die by suicide. These people like get to anybody. UFC was in China this past weekend, and Bro was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese girl. Can you just sign on their little Chinese tits? My God. They're all ran off, right? How signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like, is she gonna get that tattoo? That's right. I would next to Chinese girls doing this. Yeah, like one goes, I go to places like Dubai and stuff like that. China, they're huge. Huh? They must get a lot of attention. They're big. Yeah. Actually, Hollywood, like you go to a Hollywood party, and people are like, oh, yeah. A lot of
Heck.
Yeah, but generally, he's Sean, Gary, those guys. They got a lot of John Jones. Yeah, everybody wants to be around John Jones. Baddest man on the planet. The best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on Chin Chun podcast. Was it? Oh, really? I don't know what. Really? What did he talk about? He talked about John. He talked about Chin, dude. He's such a good interview. He's such a good interview. He was great because he had such a good question. If you were the same age in your prime, because you'll be John, and most fighters would be like absolutely. No. That was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard. He was better. Like your son, does he have the same shit from nothing? So I want to get out of it. So I have that dog. Has all the resources. He laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like works with a personal trainer for his football. Because I tell my son, like, you have all the resources to make it. Rally. He's like, that's those kids that make it. They have no other, there's nice days. They can, because it's where I was born here. They're more poor. You're talking about like concrete walls. But I want to make it more. So yeah, you want to make yourself desperate.
You know the 80s miss you, right?
Bust, dude. And I would do any, like, you would have to, and I tell Tiger, like, he started out, but when he first started, when the coach to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint, you would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. Like, you'd have to, my dad, like, let's go. I'm like, no more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog? When that dog is in savage, what's the answer? What's the answer? When you think about this, and this is what DC and Chandler talk about, when you think of, like, kids whose dads were legends, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, when you think of, like, dog, you know, they just don't. So you're talking about a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey. They're some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo. They're like, oh shit, I'm going to outwork my dad.
In that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. Like, it's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
I don't think, yeah, but they have to.
There's that extra gear, though. That extra.
There's just, I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball, and like he was in a game, and he was just like, it was like he was making like that extra effort. And my friend said, watched a lot of basketball clips. God, he'd be a bitch to fight.
Oh yeah,
Like
dog.
you have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang describe Michael Jordan, he said about his heart, his dog. He goes, if he was on the Titanic,
Nice, right? Like, nice. And then Steph Curry. Yeah, Steph Curry. Like, and Steph Curry, when he's doing the NBA, so they grew up around it.
they might have seen, but like, if I keep doing this, I can actually become great.
They also have the resources, because if you, I don't know what you do.
That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. That's what you mean, you had that. I would have fucking had certainly don't tell competitive, but you gotta have that by any means necessary.
I mean, he's not.
That's what you see.
Yeah, well, okay. Be careful. It's a balancing act right there.
It's a balancing act, but if you
have fun too.
of course, that's number one. It's all you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. The way the kids that are at least gonna play high school, the kids that don't compete, whatever it is, they're never just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, part of it's just that, if you have physical makeup to be something like that D1 player or pro,
But if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're gonna get a point in high school if they play good enough high school spring. Everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how
they're about 50, 60 dollars on something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just want to become great. So it's just, it's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
That's true.
And the best player.
No,
Like, that can never make that.
right. They've done a lot of studies on that podcast of a certain, or look at that data and you're like, wow, it's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy, Big Dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team.
Yeah.
And you know his dad said, so you need to practice. Doing like rules which most parents do these nowadays. He went, looks like you ain't get better. And he came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB run. I think he's tied with the economy. There you go. You gotta get better. Yeah.
Sometimes it might be a time when the kid gets tired of it. You give him a break. I don't know. It's a delicate. It's a delicate. Being father, being coach is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand serious business.
Yeah. It's a fine.
And you got all these other considerations.
Whenever I do, it's
When
like
you say
I'm not doing. I'm out.
right,
Or resenting you all day. I say he made it.
are you mad at your dad? Do you not call him from your chat?
Yeah, it's a fine line.
Is it do you hate when you're surrounded by people?
To free movies, presenting Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster film. I will have Avengers. This is what I know. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo and Julia. Over free on your favorite devices.
Boston's got some mitts on him.
Baseball example, and he's like, "Oh, this is how you do it." And then remember, Tigers take you private or training. I was with Boston since he was 2. So remember, Tigers started 2 years ago. Example.
The little brothers, like so, people in the world, they're usually the youngest of 4, something like that. Yeah, they gotta keep up.
He doesn't, because he's always training with Tigers, major team brands, and they're 9, 10. So, alright, this is a guy that found something in his kitchen. I was just playing for him, and he's down with his AR-15. Oh, this is what's this chin with that possum?
Dude, he's got a flashlight.
Who is that?
That's a bear, bro. That guy's.
What is it?
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear. Dude, that dude was. That dude.
Nice with that gun.
Wow, he's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before. Damn. You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans.
Well, look at his gun.
Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming at him too.
Dude.
Where's this at?
That's a suppressed gun too.
Did I just have
Go back again. Let me just see that gun one more time. Since I'm in that
It's very fresh on top. This guy nice.
nice gun.
He should be protecting the president.
Wow.
Small planet. Small planet. That'll destroy his brain. No, I know.
So much but small.
Be cool because like, yeah.
He got to his house. He was like,
I saw that beer lunch at
yeah. Get myself one of that. Wait, say that one more time.
inside the house. That's your eardrums are ripped right now. It wasn't as loud as I thought it was. No. So it's so loud if you were there that you can't hear more about this guy. Not about the guy, but it's the place is going nice with it. Yeah, boys, ready to go. He's done that. Yeah, right.
Today, Dr. Henry Abramson, school resident, and David Lawrence, who is the
This guy have a military background?
Got it. My name is David Primer, I'm the European Law. And again, I'm very happy.
Oh, this is different. I want to shot here with a shotgun.
This lovely review morning for me.
All right, kids.
It's late night.
That's it. Come see me. Shout out to that. Come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
This Sephardic diaspora
Airplane landing, crash landing, and a golf course. This is Australia. And there's some funny elements to it.
fascinating, the most complex, highly original, and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only it is a diaspora within a diaspora.
Pretty good.
Also,
so easy. Right away. He was too ready to get down there. And they speak like cheesy and shit. She's doing pretty slow. No, she's good.
typically,
That deal was just funny, though.
Sephardic heritage.
No injuries. It's landing, considering, yeah.
Perhaps we
So
don't
I like
realize
this student pilot. I'm not sure who was actually piloting there. Lost power, probably. Yeah, the power lost. Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there. You just coasted out? That happened. The pilot, the co-pilot broke his foot, and his propellers and the plane was totaled, but he was fine. Yeah, the plane was fucked up. Yeah. He was a last year kid, so he put that propeller in our backyard. Oh, it's like this. My dad had the sickest sense of humor back when nobody had cell phones. And he'd go, Brian, the engine's not firing. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, is that funny? Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then short notice. Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina. Labor's insane, but see that kids. Alright, kids. Shed 2 win the ultimate truck. I've tried it last time. I'm gonna drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped it at shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now. Gas race team. So yeah, whoever gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email phone number, every purchase gig gets 25 bonus entries to win. StriveFastAllGas.com. It's going away in 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the Fighter Kid. We're out. My fam, this is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-of-one over 50 mods. Last call edition TRX. And the winner gets head on over to DriveFastAll.com. Anything you've heard on the website automatically entered you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
Positive direction so that you'll be able to safely make this trip. The plan for today.
This is really the fight of the kid. We're back, pal. Happy Monday, buddy. SD. I was an SD. I like SD. SD's nice. We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 and breezy every day. And that all-American wind-swept. Yeah, we down like BB. It sure was, buddy. I was not my favorite. I was down at Mission, little honky-tonk. Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego. It was kind of not kind of. Yeah, it's not inside. White people who look like they're going to be these walk around like they're about to do something. There's some money. There's some money up there. If you want a super comfy life, you want to shoot the streets. And when you want rocket disposable income, you have a voice to play. That's telling you what. Is that you have that lifetime check workout and this is surprising to you. There's some attractive people it's also like very like time. You gotta have some money. You have money to be surrounded by a bunch of little cucks too, because they can what is it? There's also makeup over there. No, Brendan, please. It is. No, please. It's a softer life. It's tennis is a better word. No, gymnastic is a word. Yeah. Swimming. Word. Yeah. Soft. Hold on. He doesn't say, I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that. He does this. If he's tall, I saw it. I guess it doesn't even have a name. American League like that. It's like, Dad, it's the same footwork as boxing. I want to play some tennis. Is that in your boxing? Dad, I want you to punch the face. I'd rather hold that shaft and hit balls. Right? No, bro. How dare you? No, it's not, dude. Please. You gotta understand, it's like it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man. Sure. Yeah. So please, I come off the ground when I hit that. I want to play tennis because the ball. I'm gonna hit the ball 120 miles an hour. Fine. Yeah. Very competitive world sport. I want to make all the money. That's just not all I really want to do. Come on, man. It's a very mentality, like Florida camp. You go to tennis camp. Coach, you got a psychological coach, it's a lot of money. It's a technique. It's so easy. Look at you. No, it's a beautiful sport, and it's a lot of money. A lot. It makes so much money. It really is a girl in the world. And she said she had so much money. Yeah, she was. You either got to be really attractive. Yes. There's some dime piece guys over at 6'6", handsome as shit. Some of these guys are that Italian guy. Handsome guys, 6'6", 6'5". Fucking big boys, 210. Pick up a ball and run into your buddy. Pick up a ball, run into your buddy. Come on, man, please. Listen. Don't tell them to run into each other, bro. Play square the clear and you're the clear. Right? Different. Boys like New Zealand, like the Kiwis. Oh yeah. Tell them to play tennis, and then that goes to their village. I mean, this guy's running. I'm friend the Samoans. I guess are huge. Listen, who wants tennis? There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. You're too big for both. You gotta have two best and two top. Too big. Just too tall. They're gonna be better than that. You just love butter. It's just not. Stay for a long time. Butter breaks down. You gotta have tennis. You might be the first person I've met like tennis. Yeah, it's not. There's not gonna be a lot of tactics even. No, probably not. All right, man. Let's go get sad. That's all right. No, that's all right. You guys played that racquetball stuff? Sure. Like racquetball. Or something. Let's play racquetball. It's like my bad. I just show stuff. Yeah. Andrew's got a very fun outside. He's pretty good. Actually, yeah, but do you see where society's going? Like pickleball, flag football. Do you see what's going on here? I had a conversation with Court Ryan here. He was talking about how he said he's not athletic. He said, I'm not athletic, so my game in jiu-jitsu is one of control. I said to him, I was like, yeah, you are. Like, you're the GOAT. What do you mean you're not athletic? But his ability to read someone's body, feel where you're going, to be 3 steps ahead, all that is part of being athletic. Athleticism, no different. What is the difference? Like John Jones, if John Jones is in a group of like NFL players considered athletic, he's not can't jump as high, can't run, not explosive, just can't keep up. Agility's just not there. Right. That's when it comes to fighting. Yeah, that's different. But that's one metric of athleticism. No, it's the definition of athleticism. But then how do you? There's like a dominant chess players are athletic, but the best quarterback, best fighter are two guys that are not that athletic. Best quarterback? Yeah, so Tom Brady. Slower than most. All that stuff. Yeah, you would list Tom Brady as like the best athlete. Yeah, but there's like guys like Lamar Jackson. Yeah. You would classify as that. Yes, can throw 6 yards for his knees or sitting down and stuff, but having said all that, one master still choose you. So yeah, you still choose the guy who's got the gamesmanship. So maybe gamesmanship. Well, you want both. That's what that Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Athletic, but also knows his sport. Right. Yeah, but that's part of being an athlete, you know. And so I would say that makes you athletic. Your brain, your feel for the game, your ability to because there's Travis Kelce, right? Part of what makes him a great athlete, finding the hole, the openings. Right? Yeah, but let's say we put Travis Kelce's brain in your body. He's not touching the NFL. That's right. The reason he's in the NFL is because he ran a 4. Saying that someone like Gordon Ryan is definitely athletic, I would say. They're part of it, but the athleticism, it just depends, you know? You have to include all of those factors. If you have people who are as great as John Jones and Tom Brady, yet they're not as quote-unquote athletic by certain measurements, you have to expand your metric for how we measure an athlete. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. You know? I mean, skates. No, I don't know. Winker seems fast as well.
But he had the slow speed, all that stuff. 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. Anticipation, overall skill set. That's what it was. It was his anticipation. Fast.
He was definitely fast. He was known for his speeding quick.
Yeah. Okay. He clocked the 7.2 in running. Oh shit. Okay.
He'd be a bad example.
Still, what made him great though was his ability to see the angles and see things.
But he doesn't get there unless he's out running. Unless he's really explosive and good at hockey.
You need
At the pro level, yeah. You can't just be a great, like, no, you can't be a great mind or compete at the professional level.
you have to have a certain physicality.
That's just the bare.
Next thing, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Sorry.
We're driving. I know I was down here. I was telling before we started. Rogan had this guy on his show. He's like an expert in the Mexican cartel. But he was talking, they're talking about those death whistles. And Rogan goes, yeah, my buddy Brian did it. He grew it. That was 5 years ago. Let me ask you this, Brian. You're playing death whistles. How have you lasted 5 years?
I would not have that whistle.
So let's just go through COVID. Let's go through what happened. Everything. COVID started right after you. Your shit popped up right after you.
Everything so far. Everything.
Wow. Yeah, they got to talk about it.
We think about it all the time.
Yeah, but it's just coincidence. I was thinking, I'm like, no, those things might be the real deal. What a shitstorm of people do that. If you think the last 5 years, it's been a shitstorm. That's so death whistles. Yeah. It'd just be a coincidence, maybe.
Or, again, it could be a coincidence, but I ain't wrong.
I'm not trying it.
It was like I was doing her take with Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasparian, and they were talking about the Israeli-Palestinian thing, and I just kept going back to the fact that this shit's been going on since the Old Testament. The Gaza is mentioned 23 times. Just about just certain things that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like things out there that you can't measure. You can talk about Gaza all you want, but it's been going on since the Bible was written.
And I don't think they're
That's how I feel. I'm like, I don't. Yeah. I take it. Sometimes I feel like when you start following politics, a little bit starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any of it. I'm just not gonna. I don't have anything to add. It's Rogan, like, you know, he's our good friend, but he has such interesting people on the podcast. But sometimes I wonder, like sometimes when I talk to him, I'm like, I don't know, with all your really interesting people to talk to. Now obviously we're friends. We talk about dumb shit and stuff, but
you don't talk about like friends and some people like that. But Rogan's blueprint is it's driven. It's not based on his ability to experience things.
But what I do now is when I want to know about supplement or I want to know about something, I call him because he knows a lot because he's had everybody on.
Yeah, like his isn't like what his weekend was. He's not sharing family stuff. His longevity wise, similar to Howard Stern.
Do you ever hear that expression? I think Lady Bird Johnson said, average people talk about events, or like average people talk about people, medium minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas. Just in life, like here and there, some people gossip and that's their whole life. And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well. That'd be a fucking lazy mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just on his mind. Online hate. And then there are people that talk about events. So there's what's going on in the world. And everybody has an opinion and stuff like that, and then they aren't. And then there are people that talk about larger, broader ideas.
You're talking about skill set, talent. Yeah, that's not us, buddy.
Well, I think about. I read a lot about ideas and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's just not. Like, come on here, you want ideas now.
Well, comedy. We want to do comedy.
Yeah, which, you know, you can catch up and shoot the shit. It's like, you know, it's like, yeah. I don't think anyone's coming to us for great ideas. I might. Fashion ideas. I like the things. Yeah, these are my babes. Are they comfy? Yeah, most comfy. What do they do? I don't know, they're like a thin too. Are they warm? They're actual hunting pants, right? I doubt it. Who makes them? Jackson's. Are they an outdoor company? No, man. Like this Real Tree Camo is in, so it's crossed over to fashion. That looks so much like First Light. So when you go duck hunting, you wear exactly that. Yeah, that's the thing. They just take the camo brand. But no, I wouldn't trust these in the fucking. You would not? Yeah. Yeah, I like the cold goose. Yeah. Yeah, man. With the pod, yeah, I agree with you. It's like, you know, some podcasts are just based on guest driven, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people do that. Right? There's a place for all of it. Yes, all of it. And then with like the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, I mean, they're never running content. Right? Like they'll break down crimes from 1981 and shit. People are always dying, so they never do any content. Never. You've got to read that book. I think it's The Murder Room. I said that. You've got to read that. I think you love it. Yeah, one day. The FBI profiler, dude. The way he breaks down shit, like they can tell everything. They know what you are, who you are. Yeah, Jen. Well, I need to invest in you guys. You guys have been smaller than I have. She's quite a rat. I was on chance to boss. One thing, I was in my bedroom and finally heard like someone's like walking up. Went outside to look at the roof and someone's like, "Is anything?" No. Everything haunted. Sometimes that can be a reverberation of something in another room. He's not in the house. Is Anne Frank living here, attic? No, does now. But there's nobody above him. So you guys don't have stuff in your attic? No, I don't know if I have an attic. We do, but I've never heard anything of it. Have you gone in the attic? Or just... No. No, we don't want to solve that bad. I want the guy at the roof, but I'm not going to climb inside. You're too afraid? What are you afraid of? You're going to find some freaking homeless person. Well, he's chilling in your crib right now. There's nothing. I'm paranoid about everything being locked. So my back door was unlocked. Of course, it could be an accident. It's a human being. Living by. Shut up. No. Yeah. God, this guy sucks. All the funny is if it was actually Jen and he has a split personality. I could not figure that. He's got to be a small person. Jen. Or it's just, yeah. Or it's just a small person. Yeah. Or it's your imaginary personality. You have an imaginary or there's nothing. There's also that. Or yeah, we go back to it's a ghost. Hey, Jen, you like this? Yeah. No. Okay. That's a weird. You're a single company. Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick 6 with DraftKings. Pick your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers. Just hit more or less on two or more player stats. All right? You got Texas, Ohio State kicking What, dude? What? To play the field and pick six dishes out payouts way beyond the minimum. Do the DraftKings just drop $5 on your first pick set, and you'll score 15 bonus pick six picks. All right. Download the DraftKings Pick Six app. Use the code FIGHTER to get a 50 pick six bonus picks, and ride the upside with pick six all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. In partnership with DraftKings Pick Six, the problem call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick Six now available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One for new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/pro. Wait, don't worry, I'm good. I don't need the apps. If I think the girl's cute, I literally walk up. I saw girls talking like, I'm like, fuck. Chip cords in your pocket. Put it away like this pigeon out for fucking die. See, it's embarrassing, but oh god. But you learn. Pictures aren't in the pigeon. You guys are just show fuck. Alright, maybe next time.
Nobody was better than that David Blaine. He got to, like, whoever was, like, when he was younger, he left, like, he was got to really famous people. And be like, hey, can I ask you a question? Like, when you look at these cards, and they'd be like, what? And he would just start doing the trick. Yeah, and then, like, oh, you're right. Yeah, like, just put it over, like, you're talking about chin. And then this is what happens. Talking about chin. Pigeon. Famous people will go, wait, and you go, and you walk away. I cannot understand. You've had David Blaine. I'm not him. Watch this.
My tricks with cigarettes. Dude, those are the best ones. If we could smoke in here, I would show you some of it. And I'm going to play cigarette tricks. Because I smoke like it. And it's weird. If you're out, there's like a cigarette patio, and some girls, they're always want to bum a cigarette off. They just so you just hang out there, wait for a D64. I think, honestly, if the girl is someone, she's gonna let you do that. Like, even if she thinks it's stupid or whatever. Yeah. But it's just being able to approach and talk. Instead of guys don't do that these days. They're too afraid. They're scared.
Your opening line should be like, have you ever seen a 6'3" introduction? And then, here I am, one. That's right.
They're like, here again. Alright, what do you got, Jim? Alright. Give me the rampage stuff. So just play the video first. What's happening? Yeah, so he was live on, Kick-Ass? It's like a stream and you made a comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA. Yeah. He's in on it. It's a work, and he gets there, and the guy comes out, slammed the can there. I guess the guy apologized. Dude, this is what he did. He came to a fucking wrestling match. Another wrestler goes, don't saw that. Another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want. I got your back. So then he's ringside. He's on Kick. It's a toxic environment, haters and trolls and pumping shit, like hyping him up. I told you you're gay, you're a big do shit. He's like, I bet I will. Well, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Watch this. Because if I get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And he goes online, like, you won't do it, you won't do it. But say less, watch this. And he goes in there, because this was planned for him to go in there, slams and knock the guy out, and then he just see that. Actually, I was on see it. It's so brutal. So bad. It's so bad, and it's so insane. You got to be crazy to do that. With Renko, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you kidding? It's irrational. He's saying this. It's worth it. No, it's not worth it. He's going to watch. I'll show you I'm no bitch. It's like dude on the shop show. It's like when you're in elementary school around, you go fuck them up, fight. They're spectators. They just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. Because they're not going to get in trouble. So you can't punch him in the face. Then you do it. None of them will do it. So he's online trolls encouraging him because he doesn't realize it. He's going to get in real trouble for this. I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today. I think he will go to jail for this. Like, I think the wrestler, Psycho still has his charges. I don't think they get the press charge. I think the state press charge. Can they? Yeah. So this is assault. But if that wrestler goes, it was a work and he just went over the top, he didn't know. This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring an attempted murder charge. He's a shit. He's a DHL Rampage just makes something just like, fuck. Yeah, Rampage loves his son. Yeah, you wish the best because I feel for Rampage. It's so. It's like, what are you doing? Part of it's like trying to. I don't know, man. I feel. Have you talked to Paige at all? Yeah, I talked to him. How's he doing? He's not good now. Yeah, he's just like, it's like his home. He's obviously a great father. He loves his son. Yes, you have your son. He's 25. He's just sometimes you're young. You're a complete moron. You're just irrational. He'll look back on his life when he's 45 and go, "Oh my God." If he spends 5 years in prison, man, it's very possible. Yeah. It's very possible. And frankly, I don't have an argument for why he shouldn't be punished here. No, I woke up this morning. Even last night before I talked to Rampage, I was trying to start talking to him. How can I defend him? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on here? How can I defend him? Because I'm a Rampage. And then weeks, I watch him like, hey, don't defend this. It's tough. No, there's nothing you do. You can't do it. Could have killed the guy, actually. And the guy may not be the same, by the way. That's like, he's stable but critical condition. He is? Oh, he's incredible. He's trail shit. Imagine that guy were. It's very possible. Briefly. Yes, he is the guy. I didn't hear anything. Can you look up? Can you look that up? I don't have any update. The last time I saw was that was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on. It seems the bystanders. Well, again, because it was a fit, so he was supposed to actually go in there and do something, but not that. Like, Stuart Smith has blood friend. Things like mine. I get the chance to speak with him. That is so bad.